County Board is now in session. I want to welcome everybody to the November 17, 2020 County Board virtual recessed meeting. We are continuing to hold our meetings virtually during this pandemic. And we're going to start off today. We often do with recognitions. We've been a little slowed down by the pandemic and not able to have people in the room with us, literally, which is sort of too bad. But we still do carry on with recognitions, which are quite wonderful because we've got some important people to recognize. And one person for today that I'm going to ask Ms. Crystal to recognize for us.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's such a pleasure to be able to recognize and to thank Larry Withers, who will be rotating off the Citizens Community Development Advisory Committee. After 17 years, so nearly 2 decades, Larry has been a long time, to say the least, and high impact member of CIDSAC. He has served on this body, other county commissions, including Housing Commission, the Crystal City Citizens Review Council, and he's been chair of CIDSAC, which, if you don't know, plays an incredibly important role reviewing and advising applications for community development block grants, so supporting some of the organizations doing the most impactful work in Arlington. He served as chair of CIDSAC for 7 years, and he helped shape these development policies and programs. He's reviewed in his time what must truly be hundreds of proposals for block grant funds, giving careful consideration to each articulated need. And he also served as the Housing Commission's liaison to other county committees and commissions. So he's really done an extraordinary job in these 17 years representing the human services needs, the housing needs of low and moderate income people, of low and moderate income families, as seen from the perspective, too, of affordable housing developers. And he's been just such a wonderful addition to the commission from his colleagues and their staff liaison. They note that because he's served for such a long time, he's been able to offer context, the institutional memory and historic perspective for why something has been done a certain way or why the committee's done something in the past, and has consistently represented CIDSAC at public hearings, at county board meetings, and in public-facing fora. His perspective, intellect, and quick wit will be missed. We are so grateful to him for this lengthy service and for his passion for developing our community in a way that is inclusive of all of our residents. And I know my colleague Matt DeFerranti worked with Larry as well during his time as liaison to CIDSAC. So Matt, did you want to add?
Just really briefly, Larry was extraordinary to start my time working on the Housing Commission, serving on the Housing Commission with. He has a great sense of humor and an ability to listen and understand everything that's going on without needing to share everything that he knows. So when he does, his context and his service was phenomenal on the Housing Commission as well, and I'm so happy to join you and all of us in recognizing him.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And a big thank you again to Commissioner Withers, and back to you.
Well, thank you. Virtual applause. So that's just great. A great sense of humor and not a need to overshare and lots of wisdom. What a great combination. So thank you, Larry. Don't go far, though. There, the commissions might decide you want to try again. So, all right. Thank you, Ms. Crystal. So that brings me, I have a proclamation to read, colleagues, that I will do. We're all focused on COVID quite a bit, as we should be, and we'll be talking about that later in this meeting. But it also is we're getting into the flu season. So I have a proclamation for National Influenza Vaccination Week, which I will read most of here. And whereas, for the last 30 years, the severity of the influenza seasons has differed substantially from one year to the next, with a low of 3,000 to a high of 61,000 deaths. And whereas each year in the United States, 5 to 20% of the population can be infected with the flu, and with more than 140,000 people being hospitalized during a flu season, and whereas African Americans with 39%, American Indians 38%, and Latinx adults at 37% continue to have lower vaccination rates in comparison to the general population. And whereas all medically underserved populations can adopt healthy lifestyle behaviors, of course, that include annual flu vaccinations, management of chronic health conditions, and follow CDC guidelines to protect against COVID-19 as well, to minimize health complications that impact their own physical well-being and the economic well-being, actually, of the entire community. Whereas the Protect the Ones You Love campaign. I like that. And this is for flu, but I think it would work for COVID as well. The Protect the Ones You Love campaign was launched by the Virginia Department of Health specifically to address flu-related health disparities and coverage rate gaps in light of the COVID-19 within health disparate populations that include African American, Latinx, and American Indian communities, and to promote annual flu vaccinations for everyone 6 months and older. Now, therefore, I, Libby Garvey, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, do proclaim December 6 to 12 of 2020 as National Influenza Vaccination Week in Arlington County, and we urge all Arlingtonians to participate in local flu vaccination drives and promotional activities planned henceforth, and get yourself vaccinated as part of the Virginia Department of Health's Protect the Ones You Love campaign. I've gotten myself vaccinated for the flu this year. I have. And it doesn't say so in here, but I know if there are folks who are not sure that they don't have the health coverage that they need to get vaccinated, I'm sure they can see our Arlington Free Clinic, as you can for COVID-related issues as well. This just public health is really going to be the focus for this fall, and with very good reason. Do any of my colleagues want to make a few comments? Mr. Karantonis.
I'll just.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm very supportive of this proclamation. It cannot be overstated how important it is to keep up with the flu vaccinations and the general inoculation for the kids, etc. I believe we have Dr. Varghese, our Director of Public Health. Maybe he can, explain the importance of really keeping up with all vaccines during COVID, and because people are a little bit wary to go to a hospital or to go to a place where they can get the vaccinations. It is rational to think that they may have some hesitations, but it is really very important for the health of everybody to go and have inoculations.
Dr. Varghese, would you like to comment? I haven't invited you to do your annual hand washing demonstration, which is a really important thing. If you want to do that now, that's too, although people understand more than they used to about that. Dr. Varghese, anything you'd like to say?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, first of all, for emphasizing flu vaccine during the COVID pandemic. It's important to try to reduce all of these sorts of communicable diseases that can actually affect individuals, including having complications, which include death. So we're trying to reduce that risk. And obviously, if too many people get ill with flu, they can also overwhelm the healthcare system at a time when we're trying to reduce the overwhelming of that for the hospitals for COVID. To Mr. Karantonis's point as well, vaccinations in general are always important, and we have seen across the nation and in Virginia a reduction in people getting their vaccines because of the disruptions to the healthcare system or to the people's fears of going to places where COVID may be. And this is the great opportunity to remind people we don't want to mistake the concern for COVID as being the only thing to worry about. If you need your vaccine preventable immunization for measles, mumps, or rubella, for example, for chicken pox. These are things that are important for our community as well. And so please get your vaccines so that your children or the adults who need them are getting what they need so that they're protected against those illnesses as well as the others that we've talked about. So thank you for the opportunity to make this pitch.
Thank you, Dr. Varghese. Ms. Crystal.
I just wanted to briefly thank one of our community leaders and Commissioner on Aging, Carlos Velasquez, for bringing this to our attention. He's working with the state effort, Vaccinate Virginia, and I think is really representative of the fact that in addition to our exhortations and advice from the virtual dais, the conversation between trusted community members with their friends and neighbors is going to make all of the difference when it comes to any public health information. So do check out Vaccination Virginia for messages that you can use in your own communication, and consider telling 2 or 3 friends that you've been vaccinated and it's time to join you in getting your flu shot.
Thank you. Yeah, we've got those I voted stickers. Maybe we need some I've got my flu vaccine stickers possibly. I might think about that. Any other
Madam Chair,
comments?
it is
Mr.
important
Karantonis,
to
yes.
reiterate that the vaccine is available for free for those who are insured or uninsured or underinsured. You mentioned the free clinic. Are there also other places where one can get the vaccine for themselves and for their families?
I believe so, at a low rate, but I will not, I don't want to say any more than that. I think some local pharmacies. I don't know if Dr. Varghese or perhaps Mr. Dorsey knows. Dr. Varghese?
So there should be plenty of flu vaccine throughout the community, both private and public. So and most insurance companies now cover it, and the pharmacies are available. And relatively speaking, they're rather low cost compared to other things. They're anywhere from $25 to $35. So I think if you go to our website, we do have the Flu Finder information where you can put in your zip code and find out the places where vaccines are being provided.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Mr. Dorsey?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to do just a pitch for that flu health map service that we have, allowing people to see an opportunity where there might be shots available close to them, where they can certainly inquire about any cost issues. But I do want to also note that all Arlington public school children have access to free flu shots through APS. So that is something that they're widely promoting. So make sure that children are vaccinated as well.
Thank you. I really appreciate all my colleagues and everybody, and Mr. Velasquez bringing this to our attention. I was a little worried that maybe we should, people are going to get a little, lose their focus on COVID, but absolutely we all need to be focusing on just generally staying healthy. So it's a little scary, actually, when you read about the numbers of people get hospitalized for flu, and you think if we do that on top of COVID, it would be a really bad thing. So hopefully everybody will be taking good care, washing hands, wearing the mask, which should protect against the flu as well, and get that vaccination soon. Hopefully we'll have a vaccine for COVID. All right. I have one just thing item I thought I would report on briefly. As your chair, I got to go to a ribbon cutting. We're not doing that many ribbon cuttings these days, but we actually are doing some. And this one was with Amazon, and Mr. Dorsey came with me. And of course, so I've not done a virtual ribbon cutting quite like this. So I just thought I'd show a few pictures. It was interesting, very small group. And of course, this building, it's a building that we've had for a while. If you go back to the first slide, just 1 second, a little longer, please. This is a building we've had for a while. It's been redone, but it's the first time Amazon's been in their own building, and they were all really quite excited about having it be their own place that they've got sort of set up just the way they like it. And the new thing in ribbon cuttings is you get presented a little bit of hand sanitizer at your personal spot, and we were all quite distanced. Now the next one. We had the Senator Mark Warner came to the ribbon cutting, as did the governor. Ralph Northam was there, and it was a good discussion, and people might be interested in remarking. And I don't know if you noticed, Mr. Dorsey, there was a lot of talk about community, helping community, and a lot of talk about the need for good broadband everywhere and how Amazon might help provide free or low-cost internet to everybody who needs it. And so they continue to be a good partner. The building's name is Aurora. It turns out all their buildings, they have a name, and this is their first one. So they're starting, I guess, with an A in this case for Aurora. And I think is that the last picture? I can't remember if there was one more, and maybe one more after that. Yeah, so the governor spoke and I spoke, and of course the setting was beautiful. What a beautiful day. It was just gorgeous. So that was kind of a nice thing to do. We are all spread out, not a lot of people like we usually do in these kinds of things. But it was actually an opportunity. I saw the governor and the senator talking a bit about following up on internet, and talking with the Amazon folks about that too. So some good work got done as well. And it's nice to see that our despite COVID, despite all the difficulties, we are progressing and moving forward with businesses coming here. So I don't know if you had any comments you wanted to make, Mr. Dorsey, before I move on. No, that's fine. Thank you. And so brings me to other board member reports. And I think, Mr. DeFerranti, you've got a little commission business to do for us today.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to bring before you the efforts of our Urban Forestry Commission, which has worked on their charter, as well as the Energy E2C2, Energy, Environment, Conservation, and Climate Commission, which will actually be renamed. This is an example of updating and focusing our work in the right ways to best serve the community and the board. And it was great because the commission chairs worked with other commission chairs collaboratively and updated the focus of, first, I'll start with just the highlights of the Urban Forestry Commission. The proposal is to change the name to the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission. And this is a broader set of work while keeping all of the elements of the work on trees that are so important. And this was unanimously agreed on by the members of the commission. Really, it's that shift that's the biggest change, the title and the text of the charter change, from just looking at our forests to also considering our natural resources more broadly. The other big change is an update to the language to focus on ecological sustainability, which is a concept that has gotten more recent focus, but is always important as we try to be good stewards of our natural resources. So that's the first of the two that I'm proposing. And the second is our Climate and Energy and Environment Commission, known in the past as E2C2. I think we will all try to get used to C2E2 as the new acronym.
Not going there.
I feel like there's a Star Wars reference somewhere around there, but I will say that this work is also very important. And just a couple of quick points. This is a focus on climate action, whereas the past charter had been a little more broad. The commission will keep its environmental work as a whole, but since this was last updated in 2017, we have seen event after event of climate challenges. And so the commission as a whole, as well as other commissions, agreed on this language. The other component is that there is a focus on environmental equity in this, in the language of this charter change that I think is important given the last 2 years of our work on equity and what we now and should have known what we now know about environmental justice and environmental equity. The last change really is embedding in our process, embedding sustainability in our processes and considering our green building work, which staff has been working on for some time. So this is agreed to by all commissions, including the Parks and Recreation Commission, as well as all commissioners of the two commissions, and fully integrated in that with staff. So staff supports as well. I don't know if you have any questions, but I think these are good governance, refocusing on where our work needs to be now as a community. Thanks.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions for Mr. DeFerranti on these two commissions? See, would you like to go ahead and make a motion?
Sure. I'll move that we approve the changes described to the Climate Change, Energy and Environment Commission and the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, the new names for previously the Urban Forestry Commission and the Environment, Energy, Conservation Commission. I'll make that motion.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I'll just thank our commissions for this effort to modernize and expand and in some cases tighten up their scope, and Mr. DeFerranti for championing it and bringing it to us today.
Mr. Karantonis.
Aligning with the comments of Ms. Crystal, definitely thanking Matt DeFerranti for leading this process. These are really significant changes. Let's put them in context. Focusing on climate change, on not in mitigation and adaptation, on energy, that was kind of the center of the work of the E2C2, now C2E2 Commission. But now we are actually asking our advisory body, the citizens, to focus specifically and dedicate all their energy on this. And I believe that this is a significant signal that we are sending. We have a community energy plan. There are a lot of moving parts, a lot of county policies that have to align with that, including equity. So I believe that this is a formidable challenge and a formidable set of tasks that C2E2 has now in front of them. On the other side, I do believe that the inclusion of the phrase natural resources in the charge of the Urban Forestry Commission really expands the scope to all natural resources. This board recently has moved to make Arlington a biophilic city. This is also a very formidable task. These are real goals, community-driven, board-supported, and staff-supported goals, and I'm very happy to have two so powerful think tanks, more than commissions and advisory boards, on our side on this.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. I also want to thank you, Mr. DeFranti, for doing that. You know, all board members have liaison positions with commissions, and this is part of your work. And really appreciate you bringing this forward and working with them. Sounds like good improvements. I think we're ready.
The best part is that they did the work, and I got to then observe and celebrate it.
That's great. All right. I think we have got a motion. I think we're ready to vote. All in favor, please say aye. Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti?
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Karantonis?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey says aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Congratulations to the commissions. Rejuvenated and moving on. It's great. That brings us to appointments, colleagues, and I will move that we approve the following appointments. To CIDSAC, as we started out the meeting, Community Development Citizens Advisory Commission, appoint Risha Bailey for a term ending November 30, 2023. To the Crystal City Citizens Review Commission, appoint Brooke Oberwetter for a term ending November 30, 2022. To the Fire Trial Board, appoint Mike Staples and appoint Nancy Anderson for terms ending November 30, 2021. To the Northern Virginia Juvenile Detention Center Commission, appoint Zakiya Worthy for a term ending November 30, 2024. To the Public Facilities Review Committee, appoint Portia Clark, Charles Montfort, Richard Price, and Robin Stombler for terms all ending November 30, 2022. To the Economic Development Commission, appoint Kevin Yam for a term ending on October 31st, 2023, and reappoint both Bill Dunn and Scott Pedowitz for terms ending on October 31st, 2023. To the Parks and Rec Commission, reappoint both Mark Lincoln and Bill Ross for terms ending on October 31st, reappoint Mark Lincoln for a term ending on October 31st, 2022, and reappoint Bill Ross for a term ending on October 31st, 2021. And the Tenant Landlord Commission, appoint Emily Camardo for a public interest membership term ending on October 31st, 2023. There is no second needed for this for some reason, which I'm sure is correct, and I will therefore call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey says aye as well. And that brings us to regional reports, and I think we'll start out with you, Ms. Crystal, if you might, and I think you have a report for us from NVTC.
I do, and I think we have a slide to accompany it. I have a report On the 3% cap working group, which was a working group tasked or created by the General Assembly, I bring it to us today because this has been a real topic of conversation, certainly for those of us who were on the board in 2018, but also all of us who've been involved in constructing our budgets ever since. In the 2018 legislation, the General Assembly made Virginia's commitment to what was then a commitment of each of the jurisdictions that support WMATA to supply dedicated capital dollars. And that came with a string attached, I suppose, which was that WMATA was to cap the growth in operating assistance payments, i.e. the subsidies that the localities pay, to only 3% of growth a year. I think we've all seen that's really been a double-edged sword. On the one hand, the predictability and that operating growth has been really essential, frankly, for the construction of our budget. We saw fairly wild swings in the couple of years immediately beforehand. On the other hand, it certainly has constrained potential growth in service or pursuit of other values that we might like to see WMATA include in its budget. So in the 2020 session, there was a bill introduced by a member of the House of Delegates to do away with the cap entirely. The General Assembly did have the wisdom to put the brakes on it and in fact task the commission, and specifically the chair of the commission, which is me, to study the impacts of the 3% cap. So we were really fortunate to be able to gather some great thinkers from around the region, transit leadership from each of the WMATA paying localities in Virginia, as well as representatives of the private sector. We were able to, via our staff, have some perspective conversations with DC and Maryland and other stakeholders and really dig in to look at the historical context, ridership trends, WMATA's contract, evaluating the usefulness of the cap. The picture is complex, as are all things in public policy, and generally found that the cap in reality has looked much larger because of the legislative exclusions, but ultimately that we just need more time to see how it plays out. This has only been in effect for 2 budget cycles for WMATA, and so the recommendation of this working group is really that the General Assembly give it at least 5 so we can see how it's working before they change it, and certainly before they introduce any more legislative exclusions. But certainly the working group has recommended that the Commission continue to evaluate how this is happening, to what degree this feels like it could be hamstringing the growth of WMATA or having an impact on the localities. I would be remiss if I didn't say that around the time the General Assembly was tasking us with this at the very beginning of the year, we were fortunately seeing WMATA's ridership returning and really, in fact, starting to climb after a number of years of taking a beating. And that is, of course, the best way out of the trap of wanting to expand services but being limited by growth in jurisdictional subsidies. The best way to address that is to grow ridership and grow that fare box recovery. Of course, then the pandemic happened and WMATA finds itself in fairly dire straits along with other subway systems around the United States. So that's a topic for another day and our aspirations for a federal transit bailout. But in the meantime, I did want to share this with you all. I know that the jurisdictional or the locality contributions to WMATA has been a subject of real interest to us. And so we were grateful for the General Assembly asking for the insight of localities. We think that's really a model that we hope they'll follow again in the future. If anyone's interested in viewing the full report, you can visit novatransit.org. If you click the news page, you'll find the full report as well as an executive summary for more details. Thanks very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. It's always important for us to see, that the work of local government continues, the work of regional bodies continues. It's a little different, but we are all continuing to move forward. Thank you for your work with NVTC. Any other regional reports that anyone has?
Madam Chair, if it's okay, I would love to ask Ms. Crystal a question.
Yes.
Thanks. So, Ms. Crystal, I'm curious as to the desire to really put a pause on revisiting this for another 3 years. Was there any discussion among the working group as the COVID pandemic has exposed to us, there might be some ongoing structural issues with WMATA, and in effect, the 3% legislative cap, not that we didn't already know this, but to a degree, it substitutes the General Assembly's judgment for the jurisdictions that operate and have the biggest stake in WMATA and might actually limit the flexibility or the types of solutions that we could pursue moving forward. Was there any kind of conversation about there being some sort of an exception or rethinking of this in responding to COVID?
It's a great question. I will say the very large loophole in all of this, which you know even better than I do, is the legislative exclusions to the 3% cap. They are numerous, right, and they're sizable. And so, you know, our 3% cap, for example, in fiscal 21 in Virginia actually looked more like a 13% growth. So there is a fair amount of flexibility. Those legislative exclusions includes things like, you know, if there are investments in service or equipment or facilities required by law or federal regulation, any major capital projects approved by the WMATA board, you know, payments or debts that result from legal proceedings, right? Or any service increases approved by the WMATA board. So these are pretty major legislative exclusions. And so the working group felt like it certainly made sense for the commission as the association of localities paying into WMATA in Virginia to keep evaluating it, to keep respectfully working with WMATA to really maintain the sort of transparency that's necessary on the budget to understand where the exclusions are, but that we think the General Assembly going back to adjust this might be slightly blunt of an instrument, even in COVID times. And I think the other piece too that's relevant is as dire as the circumstances that WMATA finds itself in, we're looking at a pretty grim picture with our local budgets as well. And I think our Virginia WMATA reps, I can't speak to the full board because I haven't talked to Maryland or DC's reps, but have felt relatively strongly that localities here in Virginia can't be looked at as a revenue source to make up these, you know, massive losses in ridership. And so whatever we need to look at needs to be looked at within the boundaries of not explosive growth on the jurisdictional subsidies. So let me see if I can summarize that really quickly, which is to basically say with the legislative exclusions, the 3% cap doesn't really look like such a tight cap. Localities are really not going to be able to make up massive gaps, even if they could under law. And the commission intends to continue to evaluate this, even if we're recommending the General Assembly doesn't for the next couple of budget cycles.
Well, I'll just say as a closing note, I urge vigilance and fidelity to the exclusions. While there are exclusions that are baked into it, they're not meant to be, big enough that you drive a truck through it. They're meant to be tailored to specific and defined areas. So I do hope that there is some fidelity to keeping any exclusions to the intent that they were designed.
That's right. And this comes back to transparency in the WMATA process. I don't want to be too hard on our colleagues there, but I think that was something that was resoundingly a comment from the transit leadership in every jurisdiction, as well as from some of those we interviewed in DC and Maryland, a desire for greater transparency in constructing the budget and allocating those jurisdictional subsidies.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Crystal? All right. No further regional reports? I think, yes, Mr. DeFranti.
I will make this, I don't like to add, but I did want to just share, I just was at a regional housing summit looking in on and this is par for the course for, I know Mr. Dorsey is so often involved with COG efforts, but I guess it's just a request and a compliment. A request is maybe it's worth sending around the communications. The discussion of housing there on communications was really helpful. And so if you have that link, if you could send it around, that would be helpful for me. And then just a thanks because you were, as multitasking, but your comments as well and participating in that effort to try to clarify how we talk about housing was really helpful for me to hear.
Well, thank you, colleague. I didn't know you were listening in. I would have given you a shout out, but what Mr. DeFranti is referring to is some really innovative work by Dr. Tiffany Manuel on really talking to people about housing policy and what motivates them to engage and think about and participate in sort of the policy discussions and understanding the policy trade-offs here and there. Anyway, that work has produced what she's calling a playbook for how you have conversations with people about housing, and I'll be sure to share that with all of you. I think it'll be really instructive for our continued work on missing middle and other housing conversations.
Great. Thank you both.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. I think this brings us now to our annual report presentation from our treasurer, Carla De La Pava, on the delinquent taxes. And I think, Ms. De La Pava, are you with us?
Here I am.
Oh, good. And I think I'm going to see if you can top it because you keep getting closer and closer to zero.
No, thank you, Chair Garvey and County Board members, Mr. Schwartz, everybody who's out there. I really appreciate the time to present my annual tax delinquency report. I am going to share my screen now. So please let me know if you can see it.
We see it.
Very good. Let me just get set up here for 1 second. In the past, when I give you this delinquency report, normally it's in September, and we're reporting for the collection year that ended in the August 14th to be specific. This year, there's a lot of new and different things going on, and I thought I would take this opportunity to tell you about the past, but also give you a little update on kind of this collection year and what it looks like. So let's see. On August 14th, 2020, we ended our our collection year with a 0.22 delinquency rate, which is almost 25% higher than last year. And clearly, what we didn't anticipate when we established our goal of 0.17 was that we were going to have a local emergency in Arlington declared on March 13th. In addition to trying to roll out a tax system upgrade, which had to be done remotely, we had to get all of our staff working remotely. We closed our office to the public, and we actually curtailed our collection action, which we felt we needed to do until we understood the impact on our constituents of this global pandemic. As you can see, hopefully you can see my little pointer here, in the beginning of March, we were on track for another record year. But as the pandemic unfolded, we got further and further from our goal, which was to be expected. And we also understood that our collection efforts for the next few years would have to be different. And one way we did that almost immediately was to rewrite all of our delinquent and final notices. What we did is we updated them with language that would say something, about, we understand that you might be facing some issues right now, and to please contact us. That was the main message. We wanted people to know that we wanted to work with them, especially on these existing delinquencies. By spring, we don't have too many new deadlines or due dates at that point. We're working on existing delinquencies. This flyer to the right here, we put in all letters mailed to customers, which asked, basically tell us to, please call us if you need payment arrangements. And when we put this flyer out in August, we started to turn our focus to the road ahead. And one thing that makes this road ahead so daunting is that we started this collection year on August 15th with higher delinquencies than we have had since I became treasurer. Nonetheless, we have to have a path. And so in August, I established a delinquency goal for the year of 0.3%. And I do believe that even that will be difficult, but it will be achievable. At the time that was established, we had some big due dates in September and October coming up, and we realized that one of the first ways to help make this goal was in delinquency prevention. And that required us this year to focus like never before on helping people pay their taxes safely. We certainly encouraged online payments through CAP. Active profiles on our website increased by 11% to 83,000 individual users. An active profile is defined as someone who has used it within the last year. So that was a huge increase, and it shows you how people were deciding to stay safe themselves. We also this year, for the first time, opened a temporary satellite location at Thomas Jefferson Community Center. We did this because, first because we wanted to keep people away from the Bosman Government Center as much as possible. In the past, we've had 10,000 people come to Bosman on the second floor to pay their taxes in the 2 weeks prior to October 5th, and we certainly could not take those numbers of people coming. So we tried a temporary satellite location. We mailed these postcards to everyone in 22204. We also mailed them to people who in the past year had paid their taxes in cash. We advertised at Arl Now, El Tiempo, Sun Gazette, and I think it was a very good success, especially as an initial effort. I think we had over $1.4 million paid at the community center. And then we went to the Bosman Government Center, where we didn't want people, we don't have the room on the second floor to have people be able to safely distance. So we set up cashiering. If you were in the building at all, you couldn't have missed it. We set up cashiering stations in the atrium. And that way, if there were lines, they could line up outside. And I think it worked really well. We got a lot of positive feedback from our constituents. And that dealt with all the people who wanted to pay safely. But there were still those that were struggling to pay it all. And for them, we worked on financial assistance. Now, I know I've talked to you about our TAP loans with John Marshall Bank for years and years. This year, there were a couple of changes, and I think they were really great changes. John Marshall Bank graciously lowered their origination fee this year from 10% to 5%, making it even more affordable for people to have a 10-month repayment period. In addition, we worked with our DTS I think we were the first participants for the e-document process. So everyone that was applying for a TAP loan could do it from their own home. And that was a huge I think that was a huge benefit to our taxpayers. We prevented almost $1 million from going delinquent in 2020 through our TAP loans from John Marshall Bank. In addition to that, we decided to offer some payment plans of our own. We mostly targeted vehicle tax payments. And we established 400 payment plans totaling almost $600,000 for people that had been financially impacted by COVID. So I think all in all, that was a success. And this is what we did for people that were coming up to the due date. I think when we talk about what happened after the due date, it helps to focus on the individual tax types. And I'm going to pivot to that right now. First, we'll talk about real estate, which is the big elephant in the room when it comes to tax collection. So our total real estate tax delinquencies, as you can see, skyrocketed this year, and they're higher than any year in Arlington's history. If you look at a map of Arlington County, the blue dots are residential delinquencies, and the little red triangles are commercial delinquencies. Certainly they're smaller and farther in between, but they're very mighty. Another interesting way to look at this is by zip code. So 22207 clearly has the highest amount of real estate delinquencies, and most of it is residential. When you go to the commercial delinquencies, you'll see that 22202, which is Crystal City, and 22206, I think that's Shirlington, have the lion's share of the commercial delinquencies. I'll go here to what they call a tree graph. And maybe someday someone can explain to me how this is called a tree graph or why it's called a tree graph. But I do think it shows us some interesting things. You can definitely see that residential is the lion's share of the real estate delinquencies. You can also see that hotels are really hurting right now. Hotels, apartment owners who are dealing with forbearance issues, and retail and other commercial are significant as well. If we move on to business tangible, once again, you see that business tangible delinquencies are up dramatically. I don't need to tell you that many businesses in Arlington are hurting right now. If you look at a map, a zip code map, you'll see the darkest blue has the highest concentration of delinquencies. Interestingly, if you take the Roslyn Ballston corridor and add these up, that total is higher than all the other zip codes combined. But now I can go to, if there is a good news story here at all, the good news story is in vehicle taxes. And vehicle taxes, we've been making a lot of headway in lowering vehicle delinquencies over the year. So it's not surprising that we were a little bit above where we were last year. But this level of delinquency is the second lowest it's been in Arlington's history. So vehicle tax delinquency is a good news story here. If you ask me why, I would probably focus on three things. One is that the absolutely progressive application of the personal property tax relief here in Arlington. We, as opposed to other jurisdictions, apply the personal property tax relief that we get from the state to the first $3,000 of any vehicle value. And what that means is that there are a lot of people here in Arlington that don't pay taxes on their vehicles. They pay a motor vehicle license fee, but they don't pay any additional taxes. And I think that has helped us dramatically over the years. The other thing is that 2 years ago, our esteemed county board passed an ordinance that allowed me to bill immediately closed vehicle accounts. What that does is it really cuts off some delinquencies. It really helps, because if someone moves out of the county in February, they certainly are not expecting a bill the following August. By that time, they're long gone, and I could have trouble even finding them. Now I'm able to bill immediately, and they can wrap things up as soon as they move. And that, I think, has prevented a lot of delinquencies over the last couple of years. And finally, I think that our outreach and our internal payment plans helped a lot in vehicle tax delinquency. If you wanted to look at a map, you would see here that it really is all over the county, but the highest concentration is in 22204. In summary, we have our work cut out for us. We have come a long way in the last month or so. We have had, have had the highest delinquencies in our history, but I think we will be able to bring them down and achieve a 0.30 delinquency rate, bringing our total delinquencies under 3 million by the end of our collection year. And I would be remiss if I weren't to talk about how I could never have done this. My office could never have done this on our own. We owe a whole heck of a lot of thank yous to the county. Greg Emanuel and his staff in the Department of Environmental Services was outstanding, helping us get our satellite location up and helping us get our cash register systems working in Bosman. We had, of course, Jack Belcher and his staff at DTS, from the very beginning, helping us work remotely and getting satellite, getting us ready for our crunch. Parks and Rec this year, Jane Rudolph and her staff was really wonderful, helping us, decide on where to open the satellite office and to helping us get there and get it actually opened. We had Andy Penn and his police department working over at TJ to help us keep everyone safe, the taxpayers, our employees, and of course, our wonderful elected Sheriff Beth Arthur and her deputies help us every year at Crunch, but this year they doubled their efforts. I will end here with a plea to have you. If you know anybody that needs to talk to us or wants to talk to us that has some tax issues, please have them call us at 703-228-4000. We have our agents ready and waiting. And I will end there and see if you all have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. De La Pava. Very impressive, as always. Yeah, I didn't think you were going to continue going down, not this year, but really, really impressive. Colleagues, any questions for our treasurer or comments? All of them are welcome. And bless you, Ms. Crystal.
Gesundheit.
Takis?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. La Pava. That is all very interesting. Once again, I'm absolutely impressed by the fact that the total of, even in the worst of the years, the total of real estate tax delinquency in raw dollars is less than the total of the vehicle tax delinquency. Do I correctly read it that the total of real estate tax delinquency is 5.5 million, more or less, right?
Yeah.
And the total of vehicle tax delinquency for the same is about 6.5 million.
At its peak, yes.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. Anyway, I wanted to ask you something about CAP. So you said that you had an 11% more enrollment in active CAP users.
Mm-hmm.
And how big is how established is the use of CAP with the taxpayers in general?
I think, it certainly has gone up this year. We have 83,000 individual users, and some of them use it to pay. They don't always use it to pay. Some of them utilize it for notices, which is really critical when you have an underfunded postal service. So yes, it went from 74,000 active users last year to 83,000 this year.
The reason why I'm asking that is because not very long ago we had a presentation about advancing e-governance and advancing the availability of general county services, permitting processes, etc., via electronic portals. And I believe that CAP is one of the first application, a significant service. So is there anything that we can do to more improve that, to make it even more acceptable? One of the potential lessons from the COVID era here for the COVID time is that we have more citizens more, adapted to using digital services. So is that a good opportunity to double down and make it even better?
What a great question. You've hit on something that's really, really critical, because right now, the only thing that can be paid on CAP are things that go through our tax system. And granted, it's taxes and it's also utilities and parking tickets, but there are a lot of payments that are made to the county that do not go through our tax system, and we are not able to utilize CAP for them. We right now are working with the DTS on creating an RFP for an enterprise payment portal, where we would be able to roll out first, certainly to any small agencies within the county that have payments that need to be made online or that could be made online, things that are not eligible for online payments now. We could also, if we get this product and have it scalable, we could certainly eventually move not only CAP payments to that, but we could literally, if Parks and Rec wanted their, I forget what their system is called, they could move to this as well. And, schools could do it. Everybody could join this. Now, what that means is we would never get rid of CAP. Okay. But when you hit that pay button, it would pull over the amount you were trying to pay and do it from a payment portal. So what I envision is being able to log on to an Arlington County pay website and go back and forth in between different systems and pull all, like a shopping cart, pull all the payments together and make one payment. Mm-hmm. That's the goal. And we actually were ready to do an RFP almost a year, 2 years ago. But because we needed to do the tax system upgrade, we had to take that first. So yes, plans are in the way, Takis. It's very important, and nothing has made that more clear than 2020.
Thank you so much. I believe that our manager is listening in, and I at least I am very supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you're on mute.
Me?
You're muted, Madam Chair.
Not you, Carla.
I apologize. I was just going to verify that I believe you meet, Mr. Carantonis mentioned that our manager listening, but you meet quite regularly with our manager, I believe, going over the issues that you've got.
Are you talking to me?
I am.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, is the right answer. That's good.
I am aware of Ms. De La Pava's dreams and aspirations and support them fully.
Exactly. Thank you. I just didn't want people to think that you guys didn't talk, because you do. Thank you. I know I have some colleagues wanting to speak. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. De La Pava, just a big thank you for it's so clear from your presentation that you love your job and that you are doing it very well. And the one thought that I think is consistent with what you mentioned last year, the delinquency rate this year is still lower, if I read it correctly, than the 2014 delinquency rate. And, I think it seems as though you just continue to work on the systems to make sure that we collect whenever we can. Is there anything you want to say about that being, even in this very, very difficult economic moment, in addition, as a result of the pandemic, still, it is the case that if we want people to have the John Marshall approach if they need it, but if they can afford to pay, we absolutely want to collect. So just a big thank you. And do you have any thoughts on that 2014 to this year difference?
Well, what I can tell you is I am grateful that my staff has worked as hard as they have over the last 6 years, because even though these are, we have a lot of delinquencies this year, it's on a lower base. And that way, it's more manageable, right? It's more manageable than if delinquencies had stayed at that same high level from 2014. And so I think in some ways, our hard work has paid off more than ever, because at a time when you really need to have the county funds, we have brought the delinquencies down as low as possible.
Great. Well, that's helpful to know. And I'm so glad you gave credit as well to your team. And that's a mark of because they're doing all the work to create these systems in addition to you. So it's a credit both to them and to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, I saw your hand up earlier. Did you want to say something?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. De La Pava. Do appreciate the presentation. Just a couple questions, and one, the whole tree map thing. Don't worry about it. It's think tree in terms of hierarchy as opposed to big beautiful thing in your backyard. But anyway,
I guess I'm just too literal.
When it comes to some of your concern about the future, is it because, what you saw with the first tranche of real estate payments gives you concern that the second tranche is gonna look similarly problematic, or are there other reasons that lead to your relatively bleak future outlook?
Well, note that, and it's important to remember this, this kind of goes back to what I was saying originally about last March. All of our major due dates have occurred. We have some minor due dates in our future, but most of the major ones have occurred. So now it's just a matter of time of giving people the time to pay, to making sure that we make sure that payment of taxes is a priority in their lives. And so it's just now about the hard work, which is why I thought it was kind of interesting to give this presentation in November as opposed to September, because in September, it's all in front of us and we're only talking about what was behind us. But I took the opportunity of when this was scheduled for November to go ahead and look at where we are this year. So really, it's really just about how, what kind of a dent can we put in those big delinquencies? I will tell you that in, let me speak to your June 15th versus October 5th. A lot of the hotels and big accounts called us in June, and they got on TAP loans. Those TAP loans were a 10-month payment period, but we put in together with their October 5th. So they are now on track to make those payments. We very much discourage someone to take a TAP loan out for only their June 15th payment. We want them to take their October 5th payment or, amount due in and just do one loan. It makes it a lot more, a lot better to manage, a lot easier for John Marshall Bank. And then we don't have to worry, they don't have to worry about it, and we don't have to worry about it until next June.
Got it. And just another question about your individualized plans that you were able to sort of innovate with this year. Are there any, I know it's early, but any early thoughts on analysis as to products or services that you might offer in the future based on what you were able to structure to help get people through this year?
What we did in the past, we've only had delinquent payment plans. So our advice to people who were anticipating things is pay as much as you can and call us after October 5th, and we'll put you on a payment plan. What we developed in our system, and it was actually the idea of Kim Rucker, my chief deputy, was to do on-time payment plans. And so we were able to start in August as soon as the bills went out and put people on payment plans that had been financially impacted by COVID. And that was, I think, a huge step forward. And we will, that is now, solid in our system, and we will continue on with that. Very good question, though. Thank you.
Mr. Carantonis, your hand is up, but I think that's maybe from before. Okay. Any other comments? Ms. Crystal.
Thanks. I'll just be brief and say we've had so many conversations with you about the need for an enterprise-wide system, right, as well as with the manager and other department heads. And so I'm glad that is advancing in its own way. Certainly not a moment too soon, as people, it sounds like, would prefer to pay online. So I don't have any questions, but I do have a sincere thank you. I am really struck by the functions of government that absolutely have to get done, right? I put this almost in the same class as the census, right? And the way that I think we can learn a lot from how divisions or constitutional offices step up to meet people where they are when there's just no other option, right? It has to get done. And so, your work at TJ, your efforts to keep people apart and not coming into that Bosman building, which can be a little tight, just really commend you for. Thank you for your commitment. And I just want to remark to your comment about the importance of starting from a foundation of a very low delinquency rate has been essential. If we started where we were in 2014, we'd be having a much bigger challenge on our hands. So really appreciate you and appreciate your work and that of your team.
Thank you, Katie. I really, really appreciate it.
And I'll say thank you too, Carla. But first, I was struck, and I don't know if you were, and maybe I should have expected it, the map of delinquencies with real estate around the county, how evenly spread it was.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
this is actually, it's not actually unusual. What is unusual this time is the density of it. But I have a map here in my office, and if you ever want to stop by, it's a 2013 delinquency of a June 15th deadline in 2013. And I used to take it around with me to civic associations when they asked me to speak, because that was just one deadline. That was just June 15th of 2013. And it goes to show you that pretty much every year there's a big slew of delinquencies. We have to do this work over and over and over. It's like doing the dishes. You just have to keep doing them, and it's never done. So,
well, thank you for your work, and I'm always struck every year. This year more than maybe even most, your innovation and your caring. I mean, you're smart and you're caring about this community, and I think we are so well served by you and your staff, and really appreciate it. We depend on you, and you are there for us and for everybody, and really helping us all through it. And another, shout out to John Marshall Bank. I think it's just wonderful the way they step up and help with those TAP loans. And I know that they were willing to really step up and do a lot more this year as needed. And that's a really great partner for us. So
I want to remind you too that they stepped up. They stepped up when the government went on furlough a couple of years ago, when there was a lot of furloughs across Arlington. They stepped up once again. It's gotten to the point when there's, if there's an emergency, my first call is to John Marshall Bank, and they always respond. So what a great community asset for us.
They are wonderful. And I'll just toss out to whoever does these things. Maybe we ought to be giving them some kind of official recognition at some point, I think. And I think a lot of I think it's Sonia Johnson who's working over there. Yeah, just extraordinary people for this community. So thank you. Thank you so much. Stay well.
Okay. Thank you for having me again this year. And we'll talk soon, I'm sure.
We will. Keep telling the manager your aspirations and needs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Colleagues, I think that brings us to the manager's report. If there's nothing else, Ms. Crystal, your hand is up, but maybe that's just left over. Yep. Okay, good. I don't want to miss anybody because I do sometimes. All right. But now it's back up again, but I'm going to say it's not. You just yell at me if I shouldn't, but I think I'm going to move to the manager. Mr. Schwartz, I believe it's over to you for the manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I have about 5 or 6 items. So first, we're going to start off with a COVID update. And as of last Friday, the rate of COVID cases in the county had reached new highs, surpassing the highest 7-day total we've seen to date during the pandemic. So we continue to focus on several key areas we have focused on: contact tracing, testing, PPE, and community support. And so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Aaron Miller, who is going to give us a presentation and a summary of details of where we stand. So over to you, Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and County Board members. I'm sharing my screen with you now because I'm going to go through some updates and talk about some of the case rates with new information from the Public Health Division. So as the manager mentioned, unfortunately, Arlington County is seeing a rise in our rate of transmission of COVID-19, as is the greater National Capital Region. As of this morning, the Public Health Division reports 5,480 cases with 157 fatalities for Arlington County and 159,243 cases to date, with 3,901 fatalities for the National Capital Region. On the screen for you, you have the case rate per 100,000 persons broken down by race and ethnicity. This report is a new report that is being made available from the Public Health Division, and you can find this online on our COVID dashboard, which is easily linked from the arlingtonva.us homepage. This helps visualizing the pandemic and is a 7-day average case rate per 100,000 population, and it is going to be compiled weekly and added to that dashboard. This is an epidemiological measure that is useful as a measure of risk and helps us to compare the number of cases across different races and ethnicities within our community. So the aggregate rate you can see is in the gray trend line, and the shading underneath that represents the entire sort of life cycle of the pandemic to date. Groups with trend lines that are displayed outside of this, we consider to have an increased burden of infection as compared to the aggregate rate. You may see some dots or some lines that are suppressed for specific groups, and that is when there are only between 1 and 4 cases per week for that particular group. Obviously, as we've talked about many times, certain precautions to make sure that publicly identifiable information and health information is not inadvertently shared. So that is a precaution that our Public Health Division takes to ensure everyone's privacy. In general, what I want to point out about this is that the trend continues to illustrate the constant disproportionate burden for our Hispanic residents across the entire span of the pandemic. And despite having a rate this week below the aggregated rate for all of Arlington, trends among our non-Hispanic, Black, and African American residents have had, in general, for the majority of this pandemic, a disproportionate burden of illness. Rates for our non-white Hispanic and non-Hispanic Asian populations are less than the aggregate rate for all of Arlington, although are continuing some slight rises. On the next slide, what you can see is the same information broken down by age category. And so you can see at the top there, the age categories of less than 18, 18 to 29, and so on. Children under 18 years continue to have minimal case activity with the lowest case rates, but for the past 3 weeks have increased to its highest level at 9.63 per 100,000 for the week of. So this is a lagging report. So this is the week of November 8th, to 14th. Adults 18 to 29 initially had rates lower than the aggregated rate for all of Arlington for the first couple of months of the pandemic. But since June, we have seen sustained increases and a disproportionate burden of illness that is higher than all other age groups, with one slight exception there you'll see. This past week, once again, the rate has increased to its highest in the entire experience at 28.38 per 100,000. Similarly, for adults 38 to 39, they've maintained case rates comparable to the aggregate all Arlington rates. 2 weeks ago, this age group had a case rate above the aggregated, and it has now sort of fallen back a little bit. I do want to point out as well that adults age 40 to 64, as well as 65 and older, you'll see have had significant and sharp increases over the past few weeks for reporting periods. On to testing. Last week, we saw record demand for sample collection at both the Arlington Mill site as well as the North Quincy sample collection site that the county operates. Across all of our sources, both public and private, we're seeing almost 4,500 PCR tests reported to the Public Health Division during the last few weeks. That, as you can see, is a steady increase, and again, the highest number reported to date. To date, a total of 84,601 PCR tests have been reported to public health within Arlington. Our rolling 7-day test positivity is up to 6.8%, and this is the highest test positivity rate seen since June following the initial downturn. We were previously averaging 3.5 to 4.5% test positivity rates for September and October. We're continuing to expand our testing offerings, and I want to remind our community of where to find this information. You can visit arlingtonva.us and click on COVID-19 response. That'll take you to the webpage that you see. You can click on testing information. On that page, as well as various public and private testing options. So for instance, pharmacies, urgent care centers, doctors' offices, as well as other locations where you can obtain tests, are a number of home-based testing resources. So we've seen over the past several weeks a number of home testing opportunities where you can go through either an online screening or a telehealth visit and have a test mailed to your home. It's a self-sample collection, easy swab. I'm not, hopefully, as Dr. Verghese says, breaking any public health privacy regulations, but I can tell you I have experience with it, as well as a few of my colleagues. We went through the process so that we could provide information not only to our colleagues, but you and the community and all of our families, as a matter of fact, and what that experience is like. So I do have experience in that. And encourage folks to select the option that they think best fits them in consultation with their healthcare provider. Another note is that you can contact the Arlington COVID hotline for more information about testing. That's 703-228-7999. That is Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. As well, we have information available on testing resources. You'll see there linked in a number of languages so that it remains as widely accessible for the community so that they know what their options are. Briefly, I do just want to highlight our contact tracing efforts have shown us recently that up to 1/3, so about 33% of Arlington's cases have reported contact with a known case. So I want everybody to take a second to take that in. That means that we've got individuals who are coming into contact with folks who they know are either COVID positive or have signs and symptoms associated with coronavirus and are still coming into close contact with them. And 17%, so almost 1 in 5 of those through our contact tracing efforts report to us that they have attended a large gathering. So once again, those types of risky behaviors we know transmit coronavirus. That increase in people gathering together flat out allows for germ spread, and it makes it easier for COVID cases to rise. We know that folks are likely fatigued by not only the pandemic, but the restrictions. And, the fact remains, we know, though, that these public health precautions work. Avoid large gatherings, wash your hands, continue to stay physically distanced, and wear a face covering. That is absolutely key to being able to keep this pandemic in check. I do just want to highlight once again, as the chair mentioned, get your flu shot, wear a face covering, and get tested should you need to avail yourself of those resources. There was one other item that I briefly wanted to update on. Let me see if I can turn off the slide share. There we go. The governor late on Friday issued updates to his 2 executive orders concerning precautions within the Commonwealth of Virginia. We have publicized those and are working closely with our restaurant and retail industries to ensure that we maintain standards in compliance with the governor's executive order. I'll just briefly review those. So first was a reduction in public and private gatherings. So that is back down to 25 individuals, down from the cap of 250. So this includes indoor, outdoor settings. And of course, there are provisions in there for religious exemptions and ceremonies and that of that nature. Fitness and exercise facilities do have decreased occupancy loads. There was an expansion of the mask mandate. So all Virginians age 5 and over are required to wear face coverings in indoor public spaces. That was previously all Virginians 10 and over. It's due in part to what we saw were increasing rates of transmission among children. There is also strengthened enforcement with retail businesses. And so those businesses that are not adhering to the guidelines for physical distancing, the governor has now made available options for enforcement through the Virginia Department of Health as a Class 1 misdemeanor. And then the 2 largest ones that I think you have discussed recently are an on-site alcohol curfew, which, and I'm going to read this directly, prohibits after 10 p.m. in any restaurant, dining establishment, or otherwise the sale of alcohol, as well as the closure of dining areas and restaurants between the hours of midnight and starting at midnight. And so, obviously we know the impact to our small business and retail community. And so we've posted on the coronavirus website page a map of all outdoor dining locations within Arlington County and a list of business support resources available through the Arlington Economic Development Office. As the holiday season approaches, we want to remind people the safest way to celebrate their Thanksgiving is to celebrate with people in your immediate household. If you do plan to spend Thanksgiving with folks outside of your household, follow those CDC recommended best practices. And we're asking you all, please take this very seriously.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Mr. Schwartz, I thought I might see if my colleagues had any questions for Dr. Miller.
Sure, absolutely.
Colleagues, any questions for Dr. Miller? I actually had one. I'll just start off, not anything major. Are you expecting to see a major difference because of the governor's order in the case?
Sure. As we experienced earlier in the pandemic, one of the things that we know is it takes time for these public health measures to go into effect, right, and to see the result. We likely will not see impact in case rates for another 2 weeks or so. We know that it takes 10 to 14 days of an incubation period for this virus to show. And so as a result of that, things that go into place now, we're likely not to see results from for another 2, 3, 4 weeks. And you could see that in the pandemic curve that Dr. Verghese often shows, where phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 restrictions go into place. We see lagging results from that. So it's likely not until after the holidays or early December we'll see some results of that. And that's why it's extremely important now through the Thanksgiving holidays and through the winter holidays that folks take these things seriously.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Karantonis, I see your hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Miller, for the presentation, the update. I have two questions. One is how significant is the fact that the 18 to 29-year-old bracket is now by far the highest case rate percentage per 100,000. These are students. They are sometimes expected back from their respective campuses to homes for Thanksgiving or Christmas or Hanukkah. And should this be of concern? How much concern this should be? That's number one. Number two is already in the international experience and even next door in Canada, we've seen that after Thanksgiving, despite all precautions, there is a even higher spike. And does this mean that we have to prepare for even more testing, or is our current testing capacity, our ability to scale it and adapt it to this peak, which we don't know actually if it's a peak yet. We know that's just higher than everything that we have had so far. Is that does this tell us something? Should this trigger response? We have heard from citizens a lot of questions about making free and unfettered access to testing even more available. We know that we are offering that already in Arlington Mill, but maybe we should be looking at more about that. And actually the 2.1 question, the Latino community is still the most impacted one. So should we redouble efforts there?
Great questions on the first one. To the question of the 18 to 29-year-olds, our contact tracing data does support that folks in large gatherings and once again, known contacts, so individuals that either are known COVID positive or have signs and symptoms of COVID coming into contact with them, that we see those as large contributors to the spread within the 18 to 29 age group, and in fact, overall, for all of our age groups. So, limiting large gatherings, limiting, once again, the bubble, right? We talk about the bubble a lot, your immediate family or those individuals that you live with. Reducing the contact outside of that bubble is absolutely critically important to slowing the spread of the disease. And while you yourself may not suffer ill effects, it is about the spread throughout the community and exactly how contagious this virus is really demonstrates that. On testing, your second question, so yes, we have planned, and you'll see later on in your meeting actually, a request to approve a memorandum of understanding to help us expand our testing strategy. So, we've had the sort of pop-up or mobile testing strategy offered within the last couple of months. We're expanding that to be able to partner directly with large multifamily dwellings or other neighborhood locations where we see epidemiological evidence of higher disease transmission. We're going to be able to bring the testing directly to them instead of even having to have other barriers of coming to another site. So we've seen that model in other communities, essentially offering people the opportunity to go down to the lobby, door to door, whatever it may take to bring testing directly to them. And that's been a large part for us. Specifically regarding our Spanish-speaking community members, we're working with the region actually on a targeted PSA effort to be able to reach in Spanish through a variety of media outlets, those individuals directly, to make sure that we continue to get them the information that they need to stay safe.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Dr. Miller, concerning the governor's executive order and how it impacts our restaurants, one of the things that just concerns me at first blush is while on-site sale and consumption has been prohibited, it's still available for takeout and delivery. And so I am wondering to the effect that we're prepared to deal with what might be a logical consequence that a lot of the behavior or a lot of the alcohol consumption taking place inside of establishments where there's at least some nominal degree of enforcing of physical distancing and the ability for us to monitor and cite violations now being shifted to activity in private homes, even though it's prohibited because it's a large gathering. It's really out of sight of our health department officials to really monitor and regulate. So maybe I'm asking you to talk me through my deep concern that this executive order could in fact fuel spread. That's a concern that I have.
Yeah, you've hit on a key point that I know. On Friday when this was issued, I was on the phone with the manager and the chief of police and the county attorney, and then again on one of these days this weekend. The days blend together. But there's an email chain going back. We just actually received something on Monday from the county attorney about some thoughts in it, and the acting police chief as well. I think that our initial thoughts are leveraging the already successful efforts through the Arlington Restaurant Initiative, as well as our partners at some of the businesses like the Chamber of Commerce and the Arlington Economic Development Office to help get this message to our restaurants that, we don't want to be giving you a party in a box, right? We've got to find a way that we can communicate this information and get everyone to understand that despite it being in a private house, right, where we may have little to no authority, that this is a serious matter that we need them to take seriously.
If I could follow up briefly on that, is the design there to just have communications and maybe encourage them to provide materials and to go and delivery orders, reminding people about all of these things? I mean, there's no way we can prohibit them from doing a party in a box, right?
Right, you're absolutely correct. I think the other thing is one of the things that the acting police chief is really looking into is how we can, for instance, partnering with a noise ordinance or partnering with enforcement to be able to, should we get a complaint, right, from a large party or something like that, be able to work with that property owner, that homeowner, that resident or tenant to be able to, safely disband that activity and asking for compliance first and resorting to enforcement as a last resort.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. All right, I think we're ready to move on now. Thank you. Thanks so much. Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask next up our Chief Race and Equity Officer, Samia Bird, to join us and give us an update on the community dialogues on race and equity. So over to you, Samia.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are 1 month in on our dialogues on race and equity, and I just wanted to give you a status update, an interim report. And much of the information we are still getting in, but we have had a number of conversations, a number of partners join us, a great number of assessments come back in, and we are really excited about the opportunity to continue to do this work through the end of the year. So a quick update, we have so far had our DRE community, which are the broader conversations with community members virtually. We have had 217 registrants to participate in these conversations, and we've had 5 out of 6 conversations so far. And that number does include conversations that will be happening tomorrow, actually, with the community. And so after that, we will have one more set of conversations to go. And the date for the last community conversation, where we don't have people yet fully registered, is December the 9th. So our DRE partners, we are glad that we have over 40 partners who have signed up and gone through the training, and we have another 20 registered for a partner training this week. And we will have one more conversation that we expect December the 3rd. So really looking to get more partners into the mix, but we are over 40. And then for our assessment, we have received over 1,026 assessments completed so far online. And it has been interesting. So some of the preliminary demographics I will share with you, that we are seeing predominantly white women, middle-aged homeowners, long-term residents completing the assessment. So we really, really want to encourage everyone so we can hear all the voices that we typically do not hear to complete the assessment, because it will really, really help us as we move along. And the partners we are seeing, we have Amazon as a partner, a number of our housing partners like AHC, we have the Chamber and many of the bids who have partnered with us, as well as George Mason, the Y, a number of civic associations also, and some faith groups, Bugatti, as well as Arlington for Justice and Alliance for Housing Solution, just to name a few. So we're really hoping, again, to expand that partnership base beyond just those partners that I've named, but more and more partners that are in different spaces that we really, really would love to complete the training and then start having conversations. I wanted to also just share with you very briefly a few of the themes that come out of the conversations that are mentioned very regularly. So with each conversation, we usually do some exit questions asking for feedback on things that the county government should want to know or understand about race and equity. And very clearly, we hear time and time again about the Arlington Way, and that there should be some changes to the Arlington Way. In particular, though, what we're hearing is about the lack of access for people of color and the lack of opportunity for people of color to really engage and participate because of the Arlington Way. Also, a resonating theme that we continually hear is about education and the issues with school in terms of segregation, the feeling of segregation, lack of equal access and opportunities for gifted programs countywide with our school systems. And then another thing that we hear regularly at every meeting is about zoning and housing, and in particularly the zoning ordinance and affordable housing and missing middle. So that is where we are so far. Again, these are all preliminary preliminary information to date, but we do have, like I said, a few more conversations coming up. The assessment will run through the end of the year, and we really, really want to encourage everyone to participate.
Thank you, Ms. Bird. I think we may have some questions, but before we go there, could you remind people listening and they want to participate somehow? Can you tell them where they should go?
Yes, so please on the county website for race and equity, and also challenging racism. But if people want to go to https://topics.arlingtonva.us/equity and then /DRE, they can sign up there. They can go to Challenging Racism site and sign up there as well. They can also send me an email, and I'm happy to facilitate getting people signed up as well. And my email is sbyrd@arlingtonva.us. Sorry.
US. Yeah. Thank you. And anybody can send it to the board, and we'll get it to you. Or I think people can just go on the Arlington County website and probably just search on
DRE.
DRE.
Yep.
Search on DRE. Thank you. Ms. Crystal, you've been waiting.
Sure. Thank you so much, Ms. Bird. It's really helpful to have this interim update. I am so curious. Could you say a little more about the comments on housing and zoning? Do they tend to clump in the same bucket, or in terms of points of view, or are they a mix of concentration of CAFs, lack of affordable housing overall? I mean, so are they stacking up in the same way?
I don't have specifics on how those details break out, other than to the feeling that our zoning over time has created these issues with, affordable housing, with the segregation, as well as, concerns about, missing middle generally. So I look to get more information on what that means, but it comes up in every topic. And a lot of it I know is probably centered around one of the things we do show for discussion and allow people to talk about is the video that Arlington for Housing Solutions produced, The Race and History in Arlington, which I think, I'm most certain that allows for a lot of productive conversation with that as the background.
I'm so glad those conversations are happening. Thank you for the update.
Welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Bird? Well, thank you. It's so exciting to have a report now, because you've been coming and talking about we're going to do, and finally we're actually doing it some. So
we are doing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Manager, back to you, I think.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up, I wanted to give a brief update on the recruitment of a new police chief. We've just launched the first phase of that search, and this is the part where we're interested in hearing from the community. And we've offered many opportunities for feedback through December 11th over the next couple of weeks in a few ways. The first is online feedback, and you can go to just type in police chief search or go to our newsroom and click on the news release there. And then also we're going to have small group conversations that are going to be coordinated by Leroy Thompson, who's an external consultant. And the first one of those is actually tomorrow, and that's at noon. There's one on Saturday at 10 a.m. and also one at 1 p.m. on Saturday in Spanish, and then on Tuesday, December 1st at 7 p.m. So I encourage people to take a look there, and they can sign up for an opportunity to offer comments. Next up, I wanted to bring you an update, as I said I would a few months ago, on the restorative justice efforts of our office, and specifically the Restorative Arlington Initiative working groups have come very close to concluding their work, and they have a strategic plan as one of this year's deliverables. And that's a framework to take a look at restorative justice practices in our schools, in the legal system, and in our community. And now we're going to be thinking a little bit about implementation, and which is going to be helped tremendously by a grant we are going to receive. We have not received it yet, from the Annie E. Casey Foundation. And further proof that the Annie E. Casey Foundation continues to give us wonderful gifts. Leanne Roselle is here to make a presentation. As you all know, Leanne started with us January 1st, and her last day is going to be the last day of December. And I'm proud to have her go ahead and deliver a summary of the plan. So over to you, Leanne.
Thank you, Mark. And thank you, members of the board. It's good to be back. I'm going to share my screen now and make sure that that's it's going.
We see it. Thank you.
Okay. I'm trying to make it a slideshow. I don't know if that's happening. There it is. Okay. You have the full screen?
Pretty much, I think. Mm-hmm.
Great. All right. So, yes, so it's great to be back to present you with one of the key deliverables for this first year of the Restorative Arlington Initiative, which is our strategic plan. So I'm going to run through a few highlights. The plan is also posted in full on our Restorative Arlington website. Before I get into the fun part and the readable slides, I thought I'd show you the last page of the document. This is our acknowledgements page, just to give you a sense of how many people contributed to this work. Since April, and entirely virtually, a dedicated group of 45 people who live, work, worship, teach, study, and volunteer in Arlington County began to explore how to adopt restorative practices, as Mark said, in our schools, legal system, and community contexts. These Restorative Arlington working group members have met for more than 1,300 person hours over 6 months, learning from experts in both nearby communities and in other parts of the country. We've taken advantage of this virtualness to do that. And this strategic plan emerged from that work. In it, we outline the vision and principles that are going to guide the Restorative Arlington Initiative going forward. And so it's a general framework for the detailed implementation efforts that we've already begun to develop. I also want to call attention to the reviewers. We've had restorative justice practitioners and experts who have generously commented on our early drafts in a valuable peer review process that helped ensure our plan is in fidelity with the best practices in the restorative justice movement. High-level strategic plan always incorporates a vision, and this is no different. Together, we came up with a vision for Restorative Arlington, an equitable, empathetic community that honors the dignity and humanity of all people and creates pathways for belonging, accountability, and growth. We're convinced that adopting restorative justice practices will help us achieve this vision. Now, a word about restorative justice practices. They fall on a continuum from proactive to responsive, from community building circles to targeted interventions that address harm and conflict, and can even address systemic and historic harms. The terms restorative justice and restorative practices refer to an approach and processes that have their origins in indigenous knowledge, that deepen connections among people through intentionally inclusive practices that cultivate empathy, trust, and mutual respect, that respond to harm by engaging all affected parties in creative and collaborative processes that enable meaningful accountability through acknowledging and repairing the harm, that support community members in handling conflict in potentially transformative ways, and that finally advance equity through a framework that is deeply rooted in the understanding that we are all interconnected and we all have value. Restorative Arlington is working to build Arlington's capacity to use a range of restorative practices to create a deeply connected community that can more effectively prevent, reduce, and respond to conflict and harms. Restorative practices offer very real and substantive benefits to Arlington. Paths to equity. Arlington is committed to becoming an equitable community. And when applied with an intentional focus on systemic context and power structures, restorative justice practices offer practical tools to bring about greater equity, especially through reducing disproportionate impact of punishment and criminalization in schools and legal systems, providing processes that can be used to discuss and take action on challenging issues of bias, power, and privilege, and fostering institutional accountability for eliminating systemic inequities. Safety, healing, and accountability. Research confirms that restorative justice practices reduce reoffending and meet the needs of people harmed much more effectively than typical court procedures. Harmed people who take part in face-to-face restorative process conferences are more satisfied with the handling of their cases and suffer less from post-traumatic stress symptoms. People who go through RJ processes to take accountability for causing harm are significantly less likely to commit additional harm. Restorative practices also help improve safety by strengthening healthy relationships among community members, reducing the chances that people will cause harm. Community and collaboration is another benefit. Restorative practices such as circle processes bring people together, help them connect more deeply, and enhance their ability to prevent and respond to conflicts and harms. Schools and legal systems and workplaces and community and faith-based organizations use these practices because they meet people's needs for connection, healing, and repair. An opportunity to lead. We have the opportunity in Arlington to be in the vanguard of this paradigm-shifting social movement. People all over the world and here in the greater Washington region are embracing the transformative power of restorative justice practices. However, in most places, they're only used in one or two systems. By taking an integrated and comprehensive restorative approach, Arlington will become a leader and a model for other jurisdictions to follow. And finally, these are smart and effective tools. Restorative justice practices have demonstrated their impact and cost effectiveness. For example, by reducing recidivism, legal system applications avoid the cost and trauma of future harms. School-based restorative approaches help decrease the use of suspension and expulsion and create a climate of strong relationships that supports student achievement, leadership, health, and development. The mission of Restorative Arlington Initiative is to create connection, belonging, and safety for all community members through 5 overarching endeavors. Build capacity to implement and use restorative practices by providing knowledge, space, and tools. Strengthen our community through practices that build mutual understanding among people. Empower people who've been harmed to exercise their voice and choice. Promote healing, accountability, repair, and restoration, and create space for all people to meet their needs with dignity, compassion, and courage. So what does this look like in each domain? I'll start with schools. And in the school area, our goal is for schools to be a collaborative environments of belonging and safety that value and empower every person in the school community. The restorative approach that we agreed on in our schools working group is known as Restorative Justice in Education, or RJE. RJE's transformative whole school approach prioritizes an inclusive, equitable, and relational teaching style through the use of restorative practices for teaching and community building, as well as for addressing harms and conflicts. RJE aligns with and supports the Arlington Public Schools' vision, mission, and core values. And in addition to addressing matters of discipline restoratively, RJE helps sustain a school culture that fosters the resilience and well-being that supports students' academic achievement and leadership. For each area in the plan, we included a logic model with proposed activities and expected outcomes and impacts. As we move to implementation, we fully expect to develop these activities collaboratively with key stakeholders for each area. In concrete terms, I've pulled a few of these proposed activities from the logic model in our strategic plan. I know you have both these slides and the plan, so I'm just going to say something about a couple of items here. Training all staff and students, and even offering restorative justice training to families, comes because restorative justice in education really engages all members of the school community and includes an emphasis on student leadership. Regarding the item about creating RJE certification pathways, I want to note that our partners at George Mason University are working on this right now, and they're looking to collaborate with Eastern Mennonite University, which has a preeminent RJE certificate program. In terms of outcomes, I want to note that the Your Voice Matters survey 2020 results show that only 54% of students felt they belong at their school. We would expect through whole school RJE to make it much more likely that all students, especially youth of color, LGBTQ youth, and students with special needs, feel a sense of belonging. Now going on to the next slide. In the legal system, our goal is to have an equitable legal system for youth and adults that enhances safety by valuing and addressing the needs of people who've been harmed and those who are responsible for harm, and focusing on accountability, healing, and repair. We know that when harm occurs, those who are affected, especially the harmed parties and those responsible for the harm, are usually in the best position to create a solution that addresses the situation and repairs the harm. To foster healing and safety, restorative justice breaks cycles of harm and trauma by addressing the needs of all involved, centering the needs of people who've been harmed. This means providing harmed people with the option to use a restorative justice process that treats them with dignity, empowers them to decide how their needs are met, and gives them a safe space to understand and address what happened to them. For people who commit harm, restorative justice processes provide a dignified path to accountability and growth. When community-based restorative options are used instead of legal processes, people responsible for harm can take accountability for their actions without the stigma, trauma, and marginalization of legal system involvement. In implementing restorative justice in the legal context, we strive to address harms, limit their ripple effects, prevent them from recurring, and reduce the racial and ethnic disparities reflected in both who is harmed and who ends up in the legal system. Here are some of the proposed activities and outcomes from our legal system logic model, and I'm just going to speak to the top item here. Create a community-based restorative justice conferencing program for people facing potential legal system interventions. We are excited to note that with that Casey grant that Mark mentioned, we're going to be starting a youth and young adult program that's partially funded by that grant. Now moving to the community context, where our goal is that people who live, work, study, visit, and worship in Arlington cultivate communities of trust, connection, and mutual care, and work together to resolve conflict and harm in fair and compassionate ways. Restorative practices offer community members powerful tools to create and strengthen the connections and sense of belonging that weave our relationships, families, neighborhoods, and organizations together. And I want to just note a few types of community-based restorative practices include processes for community building, for dialogue, celebration, healing, decision-making, support, addressing conflict, and responding to harm. You could almost say restorative practices are kind of like the Swiss Army knife of community, of building community. And by ensuring community members understand and have ready access to and get training in the range of restorative practices, then we build their capacity to meet their needs and to address conflicts with a trauma-informed lens without creating or exacerbating harm. Again, here are some of the activities we propose in the area of community-based restorative practices. I will note that we are working on offering training and circle processes through our partnership with George Mason University's Carter School, which has been a very fruitful partnership. We hope to be able to offer this training sometime in early 2021. I think this is very exciting because through that, we'll be able to equip people with the basic foundation for restorative practices, which is key to building capacity so that we can eventually make the spectrum of restorative practices available and accessible to all community members. Here are a few steps that we've begun to take as we move toward implementation. I'm going to highlight a couple of things. We're getting ready to form implementation teams for each area, schools, legal system, and community. And many of our working group members continue to be dedicated to this work. 31 of them, in fact, have said they want to continue into implementation. And we'll take this opportunity to reach out to additional stakeholders and community members to engage them. We'll also be adapting to Arlington's context, especially our tradition of neighborhood-level engagement. And we'll continue to look for sustainable funding. And I want to note here that the Casey grant, as I understand it, is a one-time award. We've made great progress, and we already have quite a few assets to build on. Multiple partners and people who are deeply engaged. Of course, this includes the working group members, our steering committee members, and others. And there's also a wide base of supporters interested in restorative justice has grown rapidly here in the county this year. One indication of that is that our Restorative Arlington news list has 930 subscribers. And we also have a cadre of developing facilitators and some experience with cases, as well as a proven process for doing online community building circles, which we plan also to relaunch by sometime in 2021. And another piece we have is our connections with the field, which are going to help us stay rooted in the wisdom and experience of the restorative justice tradition. We've built trusted relationships that have enabled us to have ongoing consultation with RJ experts and practitioners. Then, of course, there are some things we need to ensure the initiative continues in a sustainable way. And of course, at the top of the list are dedicated staff for coordination and facilitation of restorative processes, communications, and some operations and finance. And we'll need sustainable funding not only for that staff, but also for partners and facilitators who provide services for training and development, and to support accessibility for all participants. I'm also going to highlight that we're looking to ensure that we have increased representation from people representing communities that have experienced marginalization. So I'm going to end on this note. Since I'm preparing to transition out of the leadership role for this initiative at the end of the year, last December, when you agreed to the loan arrangement that started the Restorative Arlington Initiative, none of us had any idea what awaited us in 2020. And I'm not just talking about the twin pandemics of the novel coronavirus and ongoing systemic racism. I'm also speaking of the ways that so many Arlingtonians have embraced this effort. From that first PAC gathering in January, and I know, Chair Garvey, you were there, through all these many months of learning and building and actually experiencing the tools of restorative justice, it has been my honor and privilege to serve as a catalyst for this. And as an Arlingtonian, I look forward to continuing to engage with you and the many other people who are dedicated to creating a truly restorative Arlington. So thank you.
Thank you. All right.
So, Madam Chair, in addition to asking questions of Ms. Roselle, my request of the board is to accept the plan. I mean, that's a tradition that we've had before, which is given all the work that everybody has done, that means it comes into the county pantheon of accepted plans. And then we will be back to you next month with grant funding and also a conversation about the long-term approach to funding this effort as part of the budget. So I apologize for the interruption, but I did want to add that before board members had questions.
No, that's very helpful. And actually, colleagues, if you're all right, might entertain a motion. A motion and a second. Oh, I'm getting an echo.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
All right, discussion. Mr. Dorsey got his hand up first.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Roselle. You have just deepened my understanding of restorative practices throughout this past year, and I just am so grateful to the professionalism and dedication that you have brought to really bringing these learnings and enlightenment to the broader community. And I don't really have any questions other than to just hopefully ask that you'll be my partner as I try and think about some of the things that you have presented to us in the framework and in the document, how we bring some of that to our civic and community engagement in Arlington. It's an area where I perceive and feel that there are folks who are experiencing harm, both historically and currently, and we don't really have a good way of figuring out a resolution to that, and it often gets us stuck to the detriment of earnest and wholesome engagement. So I'm just putting that marker out that I'm going to seek your counsel and advice on trying to figure that out. But this is just such a hugely important body of work for us in Arlington, and I look forward to figuring out the details of how it might become more ingrained in our fabric. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I'm happy to do that. And I will note that with this circle process training, I think it could be something that could be used with the cohorts that we have of facilitators.
Thank you.
Great. Colleagues, any other questions, comments for Ms. Roselle? Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't be more thankful and more grateful for the time that you, Ms. Roselle, have guided this, and I'm actually not very happy that your assignment ends in December. At least your formal assignment, because you live among us, and that's a great asset to have, and we know that you will continue to be engaged. I learned a lot, and this is not only, just following your work through the reports, etc., but also you took great care to engage us, all of us, in educational settings where we came closer to the concepts, to the Swiss Army knife quality of restorative justice. I have one question that kind of shocked me. I believe you said 54% of our students, 54%, so way above the half of the student population felt that they don't belong in their school. What does this mean?
Let me actually clarify that. So I went quickly this afternoon to confirm my number. So it's actually 54% that do feel that they belong in school. So just over half. There's a particular question in the dashboard of the Your Voice Matters survey result. And I can send you a link. I think I probably have that page still open in my browser. I can send you a link to that. And to me, if only half the students say that they feel they belong at school, there's a big
46%.
Yeah, It's a
that
big
they're
gap. and we need to
alienated,
work on
that they reject, that they feel that they are strange.
Yeah, I don't know what's behind that, but I think it certainly speaks to the possibilities that we can create. We have a lot of room to create a much more connected school community for all young people in school.
If I could just interrupt briefly, the keepers of that survey are Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families. And so, Mr. Karantonis, I'd be happy to put you in touch with the data analyst, the staff, the DHS-based staff of the partnership, or the civilian leadership of it as well, because that's something that youth risk behavior survey is something that we take out to the community when it's conducted to really unpack. And I don't doubt that they have a lot of healthy insights for you as well.
And I bet if you break it out by
I would be very
school,
interested.
I
Indeed.
bet it differs by school. Just saying. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Mr. DeFranti.
I want to add a thanks. I hesitate to be overly effusive because I hear the power of the work and haven't tried to engage. I have not yet felt that I have helped advance the power of what your ask for our community is. And so I want to, if you have suggestions, I'd love a phone call. Maybe now is not the moment, but I've attended the set of trainings. They were powerful and engaged it a couple of different times, but I sort of feel that there's, as I think perhaps all of us do, that there's much more return that we can get on what this could do for our community and so many in it. So I will hope to follow up and hope to engage with the work that you've really started and make a measurable difference when able. So thank you so much for this start. 900, all of your report was powerful, is powerful. And so hope to enroll in it over the coming months and years.
Great, thank you.
All right. Ms. Crystal, did you want to say anything more?
Beyond just that, I share Mr. Karantonis' disappointment that this is probably the last time we'll be welcoming Ms. Rizal to a county board meeting, and just you have planted seeds in this community that will flower for many years to come. And I'm so glad you're an Arlingtonian and you'll be here to see how this work changes the culture and climate of not only our schools or our criminal justice system, but really, I hope what it means to be a neighbor in Arlington County. So a sincere thanks to you.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Rizal, I'm not going to be chair forever, but at some point, even as a board member, I might ask you to come back and talk a little bit just to kind of give us some reactions. So I'm not feeling like this is the last time. I hope that's all right. I want to say when I went to that first meeting in January, I actually had not really, I kind of heard the term restorative justice. I was so unfamiliar with it. And you explained it well, and it just went click, 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 because it makes so much sense. It was really wonderful. And the insights that the stories that you told were great. And today I found you thinking about how it comes from indigenous cultures, I think is what you said. And I realized in indigenous cultures, that's when everybody in a village or whatever counts. You don't have very many people, and everybody, you can't send somebody away. You can't lock them up or whatever and have so everybody counts. Everybody's got to be contributing. And that kind of sense of needing to build community, because you can't just toss anybody away. And I think our national culture sometimes too often has been into, dividing, separating, getting rid of those people. We don't want them. And this is a sense that we want and need everyone, which I think is where we really are. So that's just, anyway, thank you. I had another little insight just listening today. So thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, so it's not goodbye forever, but we'll see you later. And please stay well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right. So I think we have to vote. Did we vote yet? I don't think we did. So we have a motion. It's been moved and seconded to accept the report. And I will ask all in favor to please say aye. And I'll start with Mr. DeFranti.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey. I say aye as well. All right. It has been accepted and joins the pantheon, as Mr. Schwartz called it. Thank you very much. Mr. Schwartz, do you have anything else for us?
Two quick items. First, I do want to thank Ms. Roselle, who comes from perhaps the greatest undergraduate class at any university in the United States, the greatest year ever. I'll just pass that along.
It was yours. We got it.
Two other quick issues. One is on eviction prevention funding. I wanted to give you an interim update on where we are. We're making another $250,000 allocation in local funding for this effort, and that should carry us through December 31st. That funding is going to come out of the $10.2 million COVID contingent the board set up, and we've used that contingent, as you know, for things like contact tracing, PPE, and also previously for eviction prevention. For fiscal 21, starting back on July 1st, we've allocated a little bit over $5 million for direct eviction prevention, and much of that comes from the federal and state care funding sources. And we've assisted to date so far about 2,700 unduplicated households. I'm going to be back to you at the December meeting with another comprehensive update on eviction prevention. So this is an information item, and I just wanted to make sure I passed that along.
Thank you.
Last item, and I think that many here probably know it, but I did want to announce we do this every 4 years, but we will have a holiday coming up on January 20th, which is Inauguration Day, and that will be a county holiday, so people should take note. Traditionally, in the Washington, D.C. area, the District of Columbia and some of the near-in jurisdictions do declare it a holiday. For us, it serves two purposes. One is it makes it easier for our public safety resources, which are always involved in assisting with the inauguration, to assist. And also it allows us to celebrate. And I know I'm personally will be very happy to celebrate this Inauguration Day. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. All right, I think we're ready to. Mr. DeFranti, I see your hand up. Did you want to say something? Sorry.
Sure. Just briefly, I was a little slow in getting my hand up, and so just a big thanks on restorative justice, the evictions. One question on the police chief search that maybe you could, if you know the answer now, Mr. Manager, that's great. If not, if you want to work it through and get back to us, that'd be great. I noticed December 11th is the last day for proposed community involvement, and I just wanted to check to see there may be other phases, and I was looking through the release to kind of understand. I think that will be other opportunities for community engagement on the position as a whole, but wondered if you know anything now. That's great. If you want to pause and get back to us, just if you could say a little bit about that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, so two additional checkpoints. So that December 11th date will wrap up the involvement of Leroy Anderson. And then the police practices group will be coming with a report that will include some potential recommendations for, I'd call it, a first day agenda of whoever I select as chief. And then the Leroy Anderson is actually, we have a separate firm that's going to be writing up the request for qualifications for chief, and we'll actually begin the search. That's the Poly Hires, the firm, and they will go out and start doing a recruitment effort. And I think I've said before, I've been somewhat obscure because I haven't decided what the final format will be, but when we get down to the end of the process, there'll be an opportunity for me to come back and brief the community and get some input at that point. But beyond that, I don't have anything specific to add, but I will later on in the process.
Thank you so much for the update. You mentioned it before, but I hadn't had all the pieces. So thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you, Madam Chair, for just the opportunity to ask the question.
Of course. All right, colleagues, I think we're ready to go into closed session, so I need to make a motion. I move that the County Board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Section 2.23611A3 and 8 for the following purposes. One matter involving the acquisition of real property for public purposes where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the county's negotiating strategy and bargaining position. consultation with the county attorney concerning the legal concepts of sovereign immunity and the qualified immunity defense for county employees, and consultation with the county attorney concerning the terms of recent amendments to the Governor of Virginia's Executive Orders 63 and 67, and the role of the county in the enforcement of those orders. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Mr. DeFranti.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey says aye. All right, we are now in closed session, and we will be back in open session no earlier than 6:30. I suspect it may be a little later than that. We're in closed session. Colleagues, what would you like to do? Would you like to County Board is back in session, in open session. And before we get started with our hearing items, I need to make a motion so we can certify. I move that the members of the County Board certify that at the just concluded closed session, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Motion has been moved and seconded, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Ms. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. DeFerranti?
Yes.
Ms. Crystal?
Yes.
Mr. Dorsey?
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
Motion passes. All right. We are on to our regular hearing items. We did not have anything pulled from consent, which we usually take first on our carryover session. So I think we can go right to the first item. And if you could call that, Ms. Jacobs, please.
Item 38 is the endorsement of naming the new town square currently under construction in Green Valley to John Robinson Jr. Town Square located at 2400 South Shirlington Road.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, I think I send this over to you to get us started.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Making a brief presentation this evening is Diane Probus from the Department of Parks and Recreation, and Eric Beach is with her to assist as needed. So over to you, Ms. Probus.
Good evening. I'm Diane Probus. I'm pleased to present to you tonight for your consideration a request by Green Valley Civic Association to name the new town square, John Robinson Jr. Town Square. The development of the town square currently under construction will realize a goal of the 2004 Knock Village Center Action Plan to create a sense of place and to form an activity center for the neighborhood. Mr. Robinson's contributions meet the criteria in the Arlington County naming policy to commemorate an individual's service. The individual must have made significant contributions to Arlington County through participation in community, state, or national service. The Green Valley Civic Association provided a resolution to the County Board and to staff in November 2019, listing Mr. Robinson's contributions to demonstrate why the square should be named after him. Here are a few. He fought against segregation, helping to break down segregationist barriers in housing, food counters, and movie theaters in Northern Virginia. He published the Green Valley News for over 4 decades. He founded and operated a community center in the Green Valley neighborhood, which provided support to youth and low-income residents. This slide highlights several of his contributions, but does not fully capture the myriad of ways Mr. Robinson supported the community. The policy requires review of naming requests by the Park and Recreation Commission, the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board, and by Neighborhood Conservation and Advisory Committee. The review process was initiated December 14th, 2019, with a presentation to the Park and Recreation Commission as an information item. The review was stalled due to the pandemic in the spring, while advisory groups prepared to meet virtually. In September, the advisory groups completed review of the naming request, and the Park and Recreation Commission voted on September 22nd to recommend naming the town square after Mr. Robinson to the County Board. Tonight, the recommendation is presented for your consideration. As recommended, approve officially naming a new town square currently under construction in Green Valley, John Robinson Jr. Town Square. Board members, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. And I think we're going to hear from some stakeholders as well. Is that the case? Because I see Ms. Portia Clark is with us. Are you planning to present a bit?
I really hadn't planned a presentation, just mainly to answer questions or to clarification if anything's needed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I kind of doubt it, but we will see. Yeah, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if you could just give me 1 second. I am checking. I believe we actually do. I'm sorry, I'm having a little stall on my computer. We do have one speaker on this item.
Okay, that's fine. And then I'll just go a little bit. I'm not sure who it is, but I'll just go a little bit into what we, let people know when they're going to speak. We ask people to please, if you're waiting, keep your phones and devices muted until you're called. And our moderator can mute you, but cannot unmute you. So when the clerk calls your name, if you're calling by phone, you've got to press *6 to unmute, or if you're on a computer with a browser and an app, click on that microphone button so you can unmute yourself, and board members will be able to hear you but not able to see you. And once you're done, please turn off the sound when you're talking. I think there's already some feedback from myself. Please turn off the sound of any device around you, including your TV if you're following it. And then once you speak, you'll have up to 3 minutes to speak, I think. Maybe this is 2, I'm not sure. Madam Clerk, you can let us know when we get started. You can, once you're done speaking, you can exit the call, but obviously you can keep watching on live stream online, or with the cable channels Comcast 25, 1085, and the Verizon Fios 39 and 40. And with that, I think we're ready for our one and only speaker, or however many speakers we have. Mr. Spain. That would be fine. So you know the drill, Mr. Spain. Go ahead.
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
We can, just fine. Yep.
Okay, great. Good evening, dear Chair Garvey and members of the County Board. Mr. John Robinson Jr. was born on August 13, 1934, and died on Saturday, July 17, 2010, at the age of 75 years old. So for over a half a century, he served the Green Valley community and worked diligently for the betterment of the African American community. He dedicated his life to the elimination of racism, injustice, and promotion of quality education. In that vein, his efforts were in keeping with the highest traditions of the NAACP, its mission and objectives, which are to secure the political, educational, social, and economic equality of rights and well-being of all persons. So tonight, it is with great privilege and honor that on behalf of the Arlington branch NAACP and our 653 members, that we recommend to the County Board that you approve the John Robinson Jr. Town Square as a name for the new town square under construction in the heart of the Green Valley neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Let's see, I think that's our only speaker then. Colleagues, would someone like to make a motion, and we'll see if we have any discussion or questions? Who would like to make a motion?
I'd be pleased to.
Sure, Ms. Crystal.
I move that we approve officially naming the new town square currently under construction in Green Valley, the John Robinson Jr. Town Square, as recommended by the Park and Recreation Commission.
Second.
All right, motion has been moved and seconded. Thank you. Ms. Crystal, would you like to speak to your motion?
It's nice to have something on the agenda that is so non-controversial. This sounds like a wonderful role model for the entire community, someone who really represented the deep pride and history and sense of community and civic engagement in the Valley. And so it is without hesitation that I'm so glad to support this. And certainly to thank the community leaders, Ms. Portia Clark, as well as the staff team, Ms. Probus and your colleagues, who are merely 2 of the many people I know who are involved in shaping the design of the town square and bringing this name forward to us this evening.
Thank you. Any other comments from my colleagues? Yes, this is non-controversial, and it is very nice. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having known Mr. Robinson, I would say that he would probably be shocked that anything associated with him would be deemed non-controversial. But, John is certainly worthy of this honor in every way. The details that Ms. Probus laid out, and thankfully that the Green Valley Civic Association proffered in their resolution, that Mr. Spain spoke of a little bit before, just really doesn't tell the full story of such a rich life devoted to service, always at the expense of his own personal comfort and satisfaction. The countless individuals, and I don't use that word lightly, the countless individuals who John helped during their times of great need, dealing with, hard issues, challenging circumstances, and always being willing to do it day after day without taking vacations or time away. And then the other role that he played for the entire community, keeping people up to date on news that was important to them, making sure that we were connected with people who were sick and infirmed, making sure people were aware of things that were happening so that they can become politically engaged and empowered. He was truly a special man, and the town square in Green Valley will be made august by being named after John Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. And any other comments? I don't want to cut anybody off. All right. I'll just do a memory. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Carroll. I'll sum up.
No. Go ahead. It's nothing special, Madam Chair.
All right, then
I'm just proud to be able to vote for naming this town square that I care a lot about and hope that it's completed fast. I wanted to say that after the mayor of Green Valley, so that would be all.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Mr. DeFranti?
Well, it's Mr. Dorsey's comments are consistent with the story I heard. I did not get to know Mr. Robinson, but I know enough to listen, and I know enough when someone is describing an individual whose life was extraordinary. And this is what I gained from several conversations as soon as I moved to Arlington. So I'm also happy to be able to vote for this.
Thank you. And I'll just say, I think it's absolutely perfect. And I did get to know John Robinson. I don't even remember when I first met him. Maybe it was when he was out in the middle of the street and I couldn't drive by without getting a copy of his Green Valley News. And he was informing, I think maybe I was running for school board or fairly new. And he was telling me, well, you got to know, this is how you know what's going on. He was an amazing man. And the thing that sticks in my mind in a way was I was describing to our new superintendent, Rob Smith. So we're talking way back like in the 90s. This gentleman and what he did in Green Valley, Norwalk, we were talking at that, and how he did so much for kids and things. And he was out there one day just even sweeping up the street. And he said, well, who's he work for? And that stumped me. Who's he work? I don't know. And I couldn't even tell you to this day who he works for. But my answer was, I thought about it for a moment. I said, well, he works for God. And that was my sense. He was just doing God's work as he saw it, and he just did wonderful things his entire life. And I'm just delighted that we're going to have this name, and it's the perfect. That's just right where he is. I think of him every time when I go by, even though the building he was in is not there anymore. But he just did so much, especially for young people. He just really cared a lot. So, all right, I think we're ready to. Unless Ms. Clark, you want to say anything, because I know you knew John a lot. All right. All in favor of the motion before us?
You all have described him, and it is going to be an honor to have that square named after him, where he maintained his office for more than 30 years. And I think that's an accurate description. He worked for everybody, so God was the number one. But that was John, and anybody in the Valley that knew him, all you got to do is start a conversation one day, and you'll find out more than you want to know about how great he was.
Yeah, he touched everybody. All right. All in favor of the motion before us, say aye. Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. DeGranti? Mr. Carrington? I lipped it. Okay. Ms. Garvey? Aye. Ms. Clark? Honorarily, how do you vote? All right.
I vote aye.
Passes. 5 and a little bit to none. Great to see everybody. Thank you. All right. Onward. This was just lovely and absolutely perfect. I think our next item needs to be called by our clerk, and we will continue forward with our items.
Item number 40, financial results and closeout for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2020, and appropriation of the second state allocation of the Federal Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities Act.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Leading us off in this presentation is going to be Richard Stevenson, assisted by Emily Hughes, and also Maria Meredith from the Department of Management and Finance. Richard?
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Let me pull up the PowerPoint for you. Let me know if you can't see it. So I'm going to briefly summarize the year-end results and highlight the manager's recommendations for closeout of fiscal year 2020. We had this a graph similar to this a few months ago describing the milestones from the beginning of the pandemic through the summer. And in September, we revised revenue projections and came back to you in October with recommendations to close the anticipated FY 2021 budget gap due to lower projected revenues. The pandemic has obviously impacted FY20, the end of that fiscal year, and FY21. But as I will describe in a little later tonight, it continues to create budgetary pressures for us into FY 2022. The recommendations that the county manager made last month for the use of discretionary funds primarily go to addressing the impacts of the pandemic on the county's budget. So a little bit about FY20 and how we finished the year. After carrying over reserves and other restricted funding, there's approximately $22.4 million available for other uses. This is a slight decrease from the prior year. This pie chart illustrates the county manager's recommended allocation of the available unrestricted funding. The recommendation covers 4 areas. And as you can see, nearly 60% of the available funding, or $13.4 million, is being recommended for the FY21 revenue shortfall and the current budget gap due to the pandemic. And I'll address that a little bit more at the end of this slide deck. Next, the county manager is recommending $5 million to be set aside to fund anticipated costs in 22 to address COVID-related impacts to the health and safety of our community. Third, $2 million to create an employee separation contingent. As we work through the development of the 22 budget, we will have some tough choices to make in order to offset anticipated continued revenue declines. And this contingent, would allow for costs associated with any offers that we may have for early retirement or buyout options in order to create capacity in the organization. It's likely that these options would be effective this fiscal year, so the cost of the programs offered would be borne in FY21. And then lastly, as we have for a number of years, funded an operating contingent to address a number of unforeseen needs that typically come up through the fiscal year that weren't in the base budget. So overall, the county ended the fiscal year within budget. And even with the effects of the economic shutdown, taxes came right in at budget. Departments generated some savings due to vacancies and the hiring freeze instituted in the beginning of March. And we had other savings, including, healthcare costs. The majority of the unspent funds remaining at the end of the fiscal year are restricted, and we ended the fiscal year with just 2.4% available for allocation to discretionary uses. As I mentioned in the previous slide, we had some departmental savings, and department savings can vary from year to year, and these savings contribute to the year-end fund balance. They can be influenced by specific events such as weather, staff vacancies, or other changes to the original budget plan. And for the last 5 years, county operating savings have ranged from just under 1% to 2.5%. It's important to note, as I did last month, that these savings do not always occur in the same department or program. And in fiscal year 2020, departments ended with almost $15.5 million in savings, or 2.5% of the department's budgets after you adjust for unspent grant funding. So you can see on this table, tax revenue for the fiscal year was right at budget. In the first part of the fiscal year, tax revenues were fairly strong. Then once the pandemic began, a number of tax revenues dropped off significantly. In the end, real estate tax revenues came in about 1.7% higher than budget, but we saw significant drops with sales, meals, and hotel taxes beginning in the last 3 months of fiscal year 20. So of the total fund balance, 91% is restricted or already allocated based on board policy or prior board action. Reserves total almost $100 million. Schools expenditure savings and any changes to tax revenue are shared with schools per the principles of revenue sharing. Unspent affordable housing investment fund monies are carried over to the following year. And we have restricted funds such as grants and seized assets, which are required to be carried over for the purposes that they were received. And also, finally, there were anticipated funds from FY20, which the manager identified last spring, and as the budget was being adopted, and the board has already assumed those monies and included them in fiscal year 2021. So last month, we talked about the importance of reserves in our AAA rating. And as you know, the county and schools saw significant savings last month when we went to market and refinanced a significant portion of our outstanding debt with historically low interest rates, at historically low interest rates. We need to continue to maintain and enhance our reserves. As you can see, other jurisdictions with similar AAA ratings maintain higher reserve balances than we do. So as we've talked about last month, and as a reminder, we had to revise the FY21 revenue estimates in September due to the continued impact of the pandemic and economic slowdown. And this created a funding gap in this fiscal year, totaling $42 to $60 million for both the county and the schools. The county's impact ranges from $28 million to about $39 million, while the schools are impacted from between $14 million to $21 million. Also last month, the manager recommended that $13.4 million of the discretionary funds from closeout be used to offset the 21 revenue shortfall. Along with savings on debt service, as I mentioned on the previous slide, various expense savings due to hiring freezes and other operational savings with facility shutdowns, and utilization of some of our federal CARES funding, we believe we can bridge the gap in FY21, utilizing these closeout dollars here highlighted in yellow. These revenue pressures, however, will continue into 22, which we will discuss later, and is another, and in which we have another portion of the closeout recommendation. The $5 million is recommended to be set aside for continued COVID-related expenses in the next fiscal year, since the federal CARES money will expire at the end of next month. And with that, I will turn it back over to the county manager if he has any additional comments on what I've just gone through.
So thank you, Richard. Just to summarize, Madam Chair, the main points here are a little bit different in our approach to closeout and the year-end summary is that we're asking that the majority of the funds be set aside to help close a gap in the current fiscal year. And in addition, a portion be set aside for the fiscal year coming up in fiscal 22. So we have the numbers in the report, and Richard, you can comment on this, were posted in October. I think there have been some very, very minor changes in them. But beyond that, none of the recommendations I made back in October have changed until now. And so our request would be that you adopt the recommended closeout. But of course, you may want to make changes in that, but that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item tonight?
No, we do not.
All right, thank you. All right, colleagues, I know there's one particular issue that we would like to discuss, but I think to get us going, why don't we have a motion which we can get on the table and then have some discussion and see if there are any amendments that we want to make. Who would like to make the motion?
I'll be happy to make it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey.
So I'll move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendations from the November 12th, 2013 board report, which contains 4 substantive parts. 1, to adopt the FY20 county government appropriation resolution shown in attachment 1A. 2, to amend the FY21 county budget by approving the appropriations in attachment 2. 3, to allocate remaining balances from FY20 to legally restricted and priority areas identified the county board as shown in attachment 1B. And 4, to appropriate $20.6 million in coronavirus relief funds for funding in FY21 to non-departmental COVID-19 contingent account.
Is there a second? I'll second.
Happy to second it. Okay.
All right, it's been seconded. Mr. Dorsey, would you like to speak to your motion, or have you got any questions for staff?
No questions, Madam Chair. I think that the county manager has outlined at a structural level a prudent path forward for us, making sure that we not only deal with this year's projected gap, but also that we preserve the capacity to provide some much needed resources for the ongoing pandemic's needs as we look at the next fiscal year. So I generally think this is the right approach, even though slight modifications will also meet my favor.
All right. Any more comments, or would the modifier like to make her motion and her comments?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. To the manager's recommendation, which Mr. Dorsey has moved, I'd like to propose an amendment, which is that we reallocate from the employee separation contingent, which totals $2 million, $170,000 of that to libraries for the provision of Libraries Express, i.e. limited browsing service at 2 branches beginning in January 2021. If I have a second, I'm going to speak a little further to it.
You have a second.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So this has been an area of interest for me, and I think for other board members, and certainly for members of our community from whom we've heard. We are the only Northern Virginia jurisdiction, I believe, at this point that does not have some form of limited browsing at least available. It doesn't affect everyone. The hold system is working well for a lot of folks, but it isn't working for some folks in particular. And that seems to be both families with young children, from whom we've heard quite a bit, that it is hard for a 6-year-old, for example, to pick out a book online and place a hold for pickup. And it also, I think we have some evidence that we are seeing much bigger drop-offs in some of our highest need areas of the county. So I am really excited that our library's leadership, chiefly Diane Crescent and Gable, have been working on the idea of safely rolling out some very limited browsing at a couple of locations. And I'm really glad that they were able to take the time to be with us this evening. So with your indulgence, Madam Chair, I'd like to invite them to say a little more about what this funding would do and what Library Express might look like.
That would be excellent.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members, for inviting us this evening. What I'd like to do first, I believe Ms. Crystal shared the proposal this week, but what I'd like to do is have Ann Gable, who is the Deputy Director, walk through the salient point, and then we can certainly take questions. Before we do that, however, I want to just indicate that we looked at everything the library is doing before we made the decision to move to adding browsing. Those of us who love books know how important it is to browse shelves and discover something and take it home and have it as a treasured memory. And while most of us can do very well with the library catalog, that does not work well for younger children, especially, or families, or early readers, or young Carrie, or Aaron Lee. So that was a significant driver. The other thing was another chief use of libraries is the computers, and we didn't feel like we had the current bandwidth to be able to sustain a healthy environment for use of the computers. So that will be probably a next step. I won't say when, but the browsing seemed to be the next best thing to do. So with that, I'll let Ann give highlights of the proposal, and then we can talk further. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Just to give a brief overview of some of the logistical details, we're looking right now at Westover and Shirlington. It would be 5 days a week for limited hours. One of the 5 days will be a Saturday. This will be in addition to maintaining what we're doing at Central Holds Only, which is 7 days a week. That would continue with the same schedule to make sure our most at-risk patrons feel safe coming and picking up their holds. We're planning for the buildings being at 25% capacity, including staff. We'll count entry and exit of who's coming and going. Patrons will use self-checkout, but staff will be there behind plexiglass to assist anyone who can't use the self-checkout or might need anything, but we'll queue everyone up socially distanced. And the proposal does rely on permanent staff supervising temporary workers. We had suspended our temporary workers in June. This proposal will allow us to bring some of them back. We hope to bring back temporary workers who had worked for us previously. We'll see how that goes. If we need to, we will hire people. But part of the timeline here is bringing those folks back, getting them trained on some of our new COVID procedures, and also getting them trained on our new integrated library system, which is the catalog, the checkouts, the accounts, all the back end stuff, which we got a new system in June 2020. So all those temporary workers did not ever work with our new system and will need to be trained before they can come back and help us out.
All right.
Another point about the staffing, we're at about 60% of the staffing that we had in March. We had unexpected retirements. We had a couple of vacancies. We've since incurred more vacancies. We have 5 people out on workplace accommodation. They will not be coming back. And, you know, that's really why we needed to ask for the return of, I guess, what is it, Ann, 9 full-time equivalents of our temp staff. Yes. We're also not using volunteers at the moment. Normally, we would use a lot of volunteers and temp staff to keep the 8 locations open, the number of hours we were open each week. Without the volunteers, without the temps, we're doing capacity at the moment. And again, all of that was taken into consideration when we made the proposal.
Thank you. And Ms. Crystal, I know you have some really good, I was impressed with the maps that you shared with us that you had gotten from staff. Do you want to share those a little bit and speak to them?
I think that would be terrific, and a real credit to the work that Ms. Gresham and Ms. Gable have done. So, you know, it actually occurs to me, rather than my characterizing it, I might ask, I think Ms. Gable might be the most appropriate person to describe a little bit what we're looking at and what the heat maps are comparing.
Sure. I think the one you have up is the ebooks one, yes?
Yeah, I think we want ebook and circulation, which is the second tab. There we go. Thank you.
So the red is essentially showing you the comparison, the least amount of use compared to where we were in the same time period in 2019. We looked at late July through October in 2019 and late July through October in 2020. And the red is showing you the lowest amount of people that used the library in 2019 are now using it in 2020. So those are our spots where we know we're not reaching people. And this chart that you have up is the ebooks and the print circ together. If you show just the circ chart, which is the print materials, that one you can really see the difference based on where we are in the county.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ms. Gable. I think this is pretty striking. You know, I don't purport to know, and I can't imagine our library's leadership does either, that creating a couple of Library Express locations would make the biggest difference here. But certainly when we look at our current state, our current arrangements don't seem to be serving the highest need areas of the county. So this is very persuasive to me. Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll yield here. I think I've had the opportunity to make the case, and I really appreciate you and my colleagues entertaining it.
Okay. Any other comments? So I believe we have Mr. Darcy, your hand's up. Is that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to support this amendment to the motion. In addition to certainly meeting a geographic need as evidenced by the heat maps, I'd just like to, sort of underscore that for families with children who are, at least for the foreseeable future, not going to be doing any kind of in-person schooling, I believe this is a critical amenity to have for their ongoing development. as Ms. Kresh so beautifully noted, the notion of having the tactile experience of browsing shelves and selecting books creates a deep connection to the material that you just don't quite get. When your parent brings home a book for you that they selected for you online. So as we think about critical ways of supporting children during this really unprecedented time of different approaches to their learning development, offering this to me will reap some huge dividends down the road. So I am happy to support it.
Thank you, Mr. Darcy. And Mr. Carantonis or Ms. DeFranti. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the maps. They were very helpful for me. It's pretty hard to be against reading and against kids, and that's the position that I feel like we're in to some extent. I guess I think back to when I used to walk into the library in Dolly Madison in Fairfax and wanted to see the covers of the books that I would get to read and how much difference that made. This is safe. The plexiglass was really helpful for me, perhaps safer than some other things we would love to see to expand opportunities for kids, just sheerly in terms of COVID. The equity is a component. It is really important that we are careful with our funding, but reading is such an important way to open things up. We have heard from constituents, and so that was persuasive to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Ms. Kresh, Ms. Gable, thank you so much for keeping the libraries running throughout this pandemic and continuously so. I realize that any decision we make here is basically symbolic, even if it provides a little access to the library. Mr. Dorsey referred that as a tactile experience. Indeed, it is. The book is an object. I understand it, especially for a kid. But I remember when I met with you, you were giving me some other stats, like that by October, that you had distributed 140,000 books to more than 3,000 unique users. We are a small place, so these are really big numbers, and I have to congratulate you for this. The maps that you provided, that the county manager and you have allowed us to use tonight, are quite interesting for me. I don't know if they really answer the exact use we have in mind here, but it gives us an idea of how the use is distributed over the county. I definitely hear the need, and I understand, and I'm supportive of this expenditure. At least I'm supportive of attempting to do that. Right now, everybody knows and everybody understands that we're facing a tougher challenge as the one that we had back in October. So we have to put this caveat there. I have one financial type of question. So the proposal is to take this money from the contingent that is for employee separation and the employee separation contingent. So on the other side, in the recommendations to close the gap, precisely that, dealing with service reductions and personnel vacancies is a 6.1 million position. So is that the best way to do that, or should this be also under the operating contingent? Should we, for example, make the operating contingent a little bit bigger so that everybody understands, and correct me if I understand it wrong, the operating contingent is a small menu, flexible menu for the manager and the county board to adjust, with some spending, like, for example, to support small businesses and other needs that we have plentiful right now in the pandemic. So is it a good idea to take that, Mr. Manager, from your ammunition for employee related spending? Would it be a better idea to make it a little bit more flexible and give everybody a little bit more flexibility and guidance and push it into the operating contingent? That's my question, basically.
So, a fair question, and I think that perhaps the best way I like to think about it is when we're doing budgeting in such uncertain circumstances that we're making good faith estimates about what it is that'll be needed. I think that the selection of the $2 million number for employee separation incentives was an estimate that was made about 7 or 8 weeks ago based on the number of people we think would have to leave the system. But as Ms. Kresh has pointed out, we have, unfortunately, suffered a situation where some people have already left that we weren't anticipating. So the need for that $2 million has lessened. The other point is that the situation we face with this budget, with the fiscal 21 budget, and essentially it's the closeout for 20, but it's the amount of money that we're rolling over into 21, is dynamic. And so it very well may be that you have a better estimate than I do right now, but we will have the opportunity to come back and fine tune that, because we've already fine tuned the current year budget, I think, once. We would come back and fine tune it again. So I think that for right now, I'm comfortable with the proposal, and time will tell whether I've picked the right category or whether you've suggested a better one. But if that is the case, we'll come back and readjust it.
Okay.
And if I may, Madam
yes.
Chair, I appreciate that point about sort of the general flexibility, which is true. And I think that's the right administrative perspective. From a policymaking perspective, there's a reason I have not pushed that this money would come from that $5 million, which is specifically, as it notes in the board report and the motion, COVID-related impacts on health and safety. I don't think that this initiative or opportunity should be in competition with desperately needed dollars for health and safety and deep need on the part of our residents, be it eviction prevention or food assistance. So there's I don't want to call it political, but a board level consideration there as well as the administrative one.
Sure, but the operating contingent is not only health and safety; there are all related categories. I'm fine. I mean, I would just just make this contingent a little bit, the flexible contingent a little bit bigger, and instead in the operating contingent, instead of 2, making it 2.2.
You're talking about
the employee separation contingent a little bit smaller. The benefit, the imaginary benefit for me, for the manager, would be that and the board would have discretionary ability to maneuver, in tough times. But I'm fine with the motion as it comes right now. I'm just, I guess I just want to underscore what my budget philosophy or psychology is, right?
Thank you. Yeah, I think we've got a fair amount of flexibility, which we really need. So, so let me, Ms. Kresh.
Yes, just a couple of points of clarification, Madam Chair, and then again, thank you for the time this evening. Ms. Crystal referred earlier to a time frame of January. We will make every effort to have these locations open in early January. Our 2 watchwords, however, are sustainability and safety, and we have to make sure that both what we're proposing is sustainable, both from the community and the staff's perspective, as well as safe. I will say that we proposed this proposal to Mark and his leadership team and Dr. Miller and Ruben Varghese in early October. Everyone gave it the thumbs up, but the proof is in the details and in the pudding, and I want to make sure before we give folks a hard, fast date that we recognize that we have several steps to go. And DES is obviously critical to our success in this, as they have been to date. One final thing, we will continue to do as much online as we have been doing. We will do author talks. We will do reading and story time. We will continue with the book bundles. So just because we're adding browsing does not mean that we're going to diminish the other things that have already turned over into the virtual environment and have served us quite well. So this is just the next iteration of libraries during a pandemic. And I'll stop. Thank you.
No, thank you. So I'd like to thank both Ms. Gable and Ms. Kresh a little bit. I was thinking as you were talking about, to me, the libraries. So thank you for keeping the home fires burning in a way, right? It's like the libraries are kind of the hearth of the community. It feels that way to me. So excuse me, I need a little drink of water here. And I really appreciate everything you've been doing. And in some ways, maybe this will be a pilot for you. You know, as we, you know, if this works well and it works out, we can continue to open more. I want to thank Ms. Crystal for bringing this forward and working it through. As my colleagues know, I was not so enamored of this idea to start. And I think we're all kind of trying to base things on principles. And part of it was I felt that the, you know, it was really needing to have the flexibility to deal with the real serious issues that many people are facing. And I wasn't quite comfortable that this wouldn't take away from that, take away from housing and feeding people. I know it was for employees, but I assumed there might be some left over. Anyway, just saying, I was a little uncomfortable pulling out one thing like this, but the heat map, that kind of like did it. That helped a lot. And it is a small amount, and the manager's assured us he can do what he needs to do with our employees. And so I am good to go, pleased to do it. It feels a little bit like almost a little early holiday gift to the community in a way. So I'm glad we can do it. And I'm pleased to support this motion. So as I understand it, we've got a, and our parliamentarians can correct me, I believe we've got an amendment before us, and I think we need to vote on that first. So, and that's been moved and seconded. All in favor of the amendment before us to put some money into opening up two of our libraries for browsing, please say aye. Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey? I say aye as well. All right, so the amendment passes. And now that we go to the main motion as amended, as we just amended, and that has been moved and seconded, and I think we're all set to vote on that too. All in favor of the main motion as amended. Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey votes aye as well. Great. All passes 5-0. We have got our closeout. Mr. Manager, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Kresh, Ms. Gable. Really appreciate it. As I say, it feels a little bit, thanks for keeping those home fires burning, a little bit like a gift to the community. I'm glad we could do it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're delighted. Have a great Thanksgiving, and thank you too, Mr. Manager. We've really appreciated your support.
Anything for a civic cathedral.
We're never going to live that one down.
Houses for the people.
I don't even want to. Good night, all. Thank you.
Good night. Thank you. Stay well and have a good holidays yourselves. All right. Madam Clerk, would you like to call the next item, please? It's also budget related.
Yes. One moment, please. Okay. Item 41. The financial and budget forecast for fiscal year 2021 and the county board budget guidance to the county manager for FY 2022.
All right. I think I'll start out with you, Mr. Manager, and we'll end up with the board. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Stevenson and the staff from DMF to walk us through the budget forecast. Richard?
Welcome again. Let me share my screen, and at the end, if I don't stop sharing, let me know. All right. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about FY22, and a lot of the things that we've been talking about over the last few months carry forward into the next fiscal year as we're looking at various revenue and expense sources. There are a number of factors, as you can see on this next graph. And even with the recent optimistic news of a vaccine, there will be continued costs in response to the health, safety, and economic situation of our residents and businesses. There are going to be continued short-term and long-term concerns about commercial real estate markets, how vacancy and rental rates will be affected, and the viability of many small and larger businesses. All these factors impact business taxes, tourism revenue, sales, and meals taxes. And the slow return to normalcy, both on the tax and non-tax side, are impacting us for the FY 2022 projections. And of course, the expense pressures of schools or metro contractual agreements and numerous other areas requiring additional resources. So as noted on the first slide, we are seeing an uptick in vacancy rates, both in office and retail markets. After several years of reducing our office vacancy rates post BRAC, Arlington and many of our sister jurisdictions are concerned about the future of office space occupancy and its impacts on rents. And the pressures we have been describing both on tax and non-tax are expected to impact Arlington's budget into the next fiscal year. So the two graphs on this slide show some of our monthly taxes in the aggregate and real estate assessment growth over the last few years. For FY22 budget planning, we are looking at revenue in ranges for taxes. As you can see on the left, sales, meals, hotel, and car rental taxes total almost $115 million in FY19. With the pandemic beginning in only the last quarter of fiscal year 20, we saw a revenue decline for these taxes of over $15 million. So for FY21, as I talked about in the last agenda item, we've revised our projections down 15 to 25% from the FY20 levels. For FY2022, we are expecting a recovery from FY21, but still at levels below 19 and 20. The range projected in 22 for these taxes is down between -1% and -12%. And the graph on the right shows real estate assessment growth for both residential and commercial over the last several years. For this January, we have assumed that residential will be positive and commercial will be negative. For next calendar year, which is January 2022, we expect slightly less residential growth than this January, but still positive, and a larger decline in commercial assessments. So with the downward pressure on revenue and increased needs in certain expense areas, there will require some tough choices in the development and adoption of the 22 budget. I've mentioned the health and safety needs due to continuing effects of the pandemic in 22. And we also have many legal and contractual commitments requiring resources: metro, debt service, housing, just to name a few. And there are also choices to be made impacting the county workforce, both in terms of compensation, but also the level of county services and operations provided. In addition, there are important programs and initiatives which various groups would like to see more investment. So what's the bottom line? Given all the pressures on the revenue side and assuming a continuing service budget with no compensation increases, there is a significant gap to close. Currently, we are projecting a shortfall between revenue and expenses for the county of 41 to 56 million. We are providing a range that is impacted by various tax revenue assumptions. For other non-tax revenues and county expenses, we are just using one estimate at this time. And you can see the school transfer changes in the two scenarios based on the principles of revenue sharing and the changes in the tax assumptions. And so for our formal internal planning beginning in October, we're preparing right now for the upper end of this gap range. To close the gap, the manager and the board will have the typical levers utilizing one-time funds, revenue changes, and expenditure reductions. So a number of things will impact the final budget the manager brings before the county board in the February timeframe. Real estate assessments will obviously impact the revenue side of the equation, since it composes almost 60% of the county's general fund budget. And by early February, we will have several more months of other tax information. We also may have additional information on pandemic recovery or decline and vaccine timeline updates. And we may have news of additional federal or state assistance in the weeks or months to come. We're also continuing to develop the base budget needs on the expense side. So many things will still change, but these are our best estimates right now. Just highlighting schools. sharing local tax revenues as we begin the budget planning process at 47% for schools, 53% for the county, which is the same level as adopted in the 21 budget. Local tax revenue for schools in 22 will be between 506 and 519 million, which is a decrease of between 6 and 19 million from the adopted 21 revenue transfer. And as we note, county supports the schools in other ways in the general fund budget. Again, you'll be considering guidance to the manager and tax rates, and Arlington's current rate is $2.6 of assessed $100 of assessed value. For context, the calendar year 2020 rates for some of our neighboring jurisdictions are slightly higher than our current rate. And based on the average assessments in this calendar year, the average homeowner pays almost $680, or has an average assessment of almost $686,000. So this graph shows the general timeline from now to the end of the new fiscal year next summer. And we've been working with the county manager's communication office to lay out over the next few months how we can engage with the public and how they can engage with us. This will include online feedback opportunities, video and infographics to educate and describe our budget situation, a virtual budget town hall, and various meetings with stakeholders. And we anticipate a December 9th launch of these communication efforts. And with that, I will conclude my presentation and happy to turn it back over to the chair for any questions or guidance.
Before we do that, there was one comment I did want to add, because we didn't go into a lot of detail here in the slides, but another issue that I think that I would appreciate hearing from the board on is the question around our stormwater infrastructure, because I know that that's a lovely picture of your family, Richard. And that we do have, the voters have approved a bond issue related to stormwater. And so there will be issues associated with that coming up in the fiscal 22 budget. So with that, I turn it back to the board, because I think if you have questions, and then there's also the idea of providing guidance for the preparation of the budget.
Thank you. Colleagues, I know, we want to get into the budget guidance. Before we get there, are there any questions on what we've just seen or on the stormwater issue before we move to budget guidance?
I'm so sorry. Are we not taking speakers on this topic?
Yeah, we are if we have them, and I've got to remember. This might be the time.
The same thing.
No, and this might be the time, except we're moving right to the next thing, and they're all kind of connected.
I see.
Yeah. But let me ask the clerk if we've got some speakers.
We do have one speaker, Madam Chair.
All right. We could take, I think, why don't we go ahead and take the speaker now? I think that's fine. Why don't we go ahead and take the speaker now? And then we'll go back to questions, and I will talk about the budget guidance.
Hi.
Okay, our first speaker is Michelle. Oh, there she is.
Oh, hi.
Michelle.
I guess you can hear me. Hi, this is Michelle Winters with the Alliance for Housing Solutions. First off, I want you to know that AHS thanks all of you, your colleagues, county staff, for the hard work and dedication you guys have shown during this ongoing COVID-19 crisis. We understand that difficult decisions still need to be made, and that many valuable objectives may need to be compromised in the coming year in order to meet our community's most urgent needs. We also know that projecting budget needs and resources in the current environment is extremely challenging, as you just heard. There's clearly a very difficult budget outlook due to the pandemic's impact. To account for the unprecedented level of budget uncertainty, we urge the county board to direct the manager to maintain flexibility in the level of real estate taxes and other fees as he develops his budget proposals for FY22. Scenarios that include a potential tax and fee increase to fund the maintenance of essential county services, particularly the social safety net and affordable housing, should be included in his proposal so that the community can weigh the pros and cons of such a change at that time. The Affordable Housing Investment Fund provides much-needed loan funds to developers for the preservation and creation of affordable housing units across the county. We're very concerned about the impact of a potential reduction in the county's annual AHIF allocation to fill expected budget gaps. We strongly urge the county board to avoid any reduction in annual AHIF funding because of the long-term impact that it may have on the county's affordable housing pipeline. This development pipeline needs to remain strong as a key part of our recovery from the pandemic to provide the essential affordable housing that Arlington needs now more than ever. Housing supported by AHIF is more than just a home, it's an economic stimulus within our community. It provides jobs and local investment, and when it's affordable, it provides stability to the residents who in turn can participate in the local economy and our community as a whole. As you are aware, the affordable housing pipeline takes many years to build up because of the time, complexity, and cost of each development project. The county's affordable housing development partners rely on this predictable source to make these complex transactions work. To help maintain this predictability, we believe it's especially important not to reduce any of the ongoing funding for AHIF allocations. Last year, this was about $9 million, although we recognize that one-time funds will be exceedingly difficult to obtain in the current budget environment. There are real benefits to investing in a down financial market when interest rates are significantly lower. In this economy, initial investments in AHIF now can yield larger outcomes in the future, such as the ability to create more units or to decrease the AMI, to reach lower levels of area median income with the units that are funded. We've previously argued that the county should invest in a quick strike acquisition fund, and this need is even greater today. This kind of fund could be used by the county's partners to compete for purchase opportunities in Arlington's highly competitive real estate market. Acquisition opportunities are especially important to seek a foothold in areas of Arlington that have seen less affordable housing development than in the past, particularly North Arlington. As the Lee Highway planning process moves forward, we must use this as an opportunity to find more ways to add to our affordable housing stock within that area. And planning is clearly key to this, but so is the ability to acquire property when it becomes available, and AHIF is our main tool for that. We encourage the county to be creative in how it can put together sources of funds for this kind of investment and to try to be proactive in this acquisition strategy rather than potentially reacting too late. With regard to our essential housing and emergency assistance programs, we hope that the county staff will continue to examine what the appropriate eligibility criteria will be as we exit the pandemic, hopefully, in the coming year. Many in our community have seen drastic shifts in their lives and livelihood. Through this fiscal and public health crisis, our community safety net providers and the county's Department of Human Services have learned valuable lessons about the shifting demographics of those in need in our community. These lessons can help the county determine more current criteria, more up-to-date criteria, for who most needs access to housing grants and other financial assistance, rather than returning to the pre-COVID business as usual for such programs. Thank you for considering these issues as you put together your budget guidance for the county manager this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Winters. All right, colleagues, we're kind of betwixt and between two parts of this this item. Why don't we go see? I'll see if anybody's got questions on what we've just heard about the situation, and then we'll get into budget guidance if that's all right. Any questions or comments for staff on the first part here? Mr. Carantonis.
Just a short question. First of all, thank you for the presentation and for all the work that is continuously invested here by staff of and by the county manager's team. The minus 5% projection in decrease of commercial real estate revenue, is that should we understand that as a worst scenario, or is it something middle of the road?
Well, we're looking at real estate in a range, and what we're actually more worried about in the forecast for 22 is not this January but next January. There's a lag in, with income and expense on the commercial properties, and so, and this January will be a big indicator. As I mentioned, that it's one of the drivers that will change our 22 projection.
Is here the commanding variable, the vacancy rate? It is climbing back, which is not very surprising, but it's not catastrophically high. So So let's. Right. I mean, I'm thinking I'm trying to understand what could modify the impact. Would, for example, a vaccine modify the impact? Would a significant federal stimulus program that's overdue, by the way, would this modify the impact? Not that I would be budgeting with these things in mind, but I just want to think about through the the dynamic of the projection.
I'm not sure if you're talking about the vaccine as it relates to real estate. I don't think so. We're going to see. What we need to see is what the impact in particularly the office market is, and in the hotels. The hotel industry is, as you've already heard, really struggling on an operational basis now. And then we take into account what some of the macroeconomic impacts. If investors aren't putting, the risk of that type of property, we could see significant downside in the out years on, in the hotel assessment. So there's a lot of pieces. We're coming back every month, sort of giving you all the update as we know it. And when we get to the beginning of January, we'll have a much clearer picture, at least on how the market's looking at real estate with assessments, both here and how other jurisdictions are handling the valuation of their commercial properties.
At the risk of stepping right into Mr. Dorsey's wheelhouse, I wanted to make two comments. One is that the real estate numbers that we're going to see in January are a lagging indicator. In other words, they're reflecting what's happened over the summer into the early fall, where we see the initial impact. And Richard's point is that we're likely to see the longer and deeper part of this perhaps a year from January. I'm reminded of, in my previous job, what was always a leading indicator was the amount of coinage that the U.S. Mint produced. Apparently, they've stopped producing coins because you can't find any anywhere. But that's one of the problems we have with the real estate market, is that the numbers we're using are a shot not in real time, but a shot back in time. So a vaccine and those kinds of things, with an additional federal stimulus, will not change the real estate numbers. They may change how the board views the real estate numbers, but they're unlikely to change the numbers themselves.
Can I add one more thing, Mr. Carantonis? Check. I'm getting an echo. I don't know who that's. Sorry. Mr. C, and I'm assuming that part of the issue too is, even if we get a vaccine and we're never going back to quote unquote normal. And there's probably a sense that nobody knows right now, but that the office market may be changed forever in some ways. And I assume that's one of the things we need to keep in mind as well, just to be careful about the future, because I don't think we're going back to the way it was.
Yes, thank you. I understand that. I just wanted to qualify the 5%. Yeah, I wanted to understand whether this is, the glass half empty or glass fuller than empty projection. I understand the risks in any projection right now. I get it.
Well, I would just note, Mr. Carantonis, those of us who were trained in DMF always viewed the glass twice as big as it needed to be.
Okay. Which makes it easier to be empty, right? So, okay.
All right. Thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I keep thinking of, how many glasses, 3/4, all that sort of stuff. But I think it's more a thanks and maybe a chance to loop with the manager. Before we took the break, the $250,000 in additional budget money for eviction prevention, just really appreciate that, and think it's important in the context of the budget. And then I know that you guys are working, and DMF is working regularly. The $10 million in contingent in COVID funding for this budget year, if you have a sense, either of you, Richard or Mark, if you have a sense of where we are in spending that would be of interest. And then I think you guys are working so hard on the CARES Act spending. This is a little distinct, but you were on such a roll, Madam Chair, on the last item that I didn't want to slow you down. And so I don't know if you have thoughts on the contingent or the CARES Act. Punting to next month or a 2x2 conversation is, of course, fine. I don't know, Mark or Richard.
Yeah, one thing, and then Richard or Michelle or Maria can add. Of the $10.2 million contingent, I think the amount that quote has been spoken for already is about half of that. So we have a little bit of flexibility. I don't know if I have misspoken, Richard, or you want to add more detail on that?
I don't have the number in front of me. Michelle may know, but I believe regardless of what's already been spent, we anticipate spending the entire $10 million in the latter part of this fiscal year once the CARES money dries up. So there, and we've talked about this, will any of that be available for 22? And with the need that, we anticipate in this fiscal year, I would think not.
Yes, Michelle, I would agree. Like the intent of the 10.2 now is to help us bridge this gap through the next 6 months, beginning January 1st, 2021 through the end of June, unless and until we receive additional support from the federal or state government. The intended funds for that are related to not only direct COVID response, PPE, contact tracing, vaccine distribution, but then also for Mr. DeFerranti, as you noted, eviction prevention and food assistance.
Great, thanks. That's really helpful. And the CARES Act I'll follow up offline in the interest of time. Also, that's not quite this agenda item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Mr. Carantonis, your hand is still up. Is that?
No, that was an error, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. All right. Any more questions from staff? I'm not seeing any hands up. All right. And then, as we know, this is the time we traditionally give direction to our staff, and I've been talking with the staff, I've been talking with my colleagues, and we've been kind of going back and forth and have a document which I think our clerk could put up on the screen. That would be great. And if I have my glasses on and look really closely, I can see it.
Yes.
So for the 2022 budget,
we can't hear you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, something's going is not right. We cannot hear now. Yeah.
I can see. Hear me?
I believe her computer is frozen.
Yeah.
What do you have to do with kids? Is that for Molly?
No, that's for me.
Oh.
All right. You're back live with us, Libby.
Am I? Thank you. It was just weird. My screen started going strange. I thought I was all on. So you can hear me?
Yeah.
All right. We can put the budget direction up, and I will make this quick because I don't know what's happening with the screen. So scroll down just a little bit. Obviously, balanced budget that we always do. And we are assuming that we're going to need, again, a lot of flexibility. And this is the direction that we've got. Go ahead a little bit farther. Am I frozen again?
No, you're fine.
Can you hear me? I am having trouble. My screen is going crazy. I
can hear you. Just keep proceeding.
I think I'll let colleagues speak rather than my even doing this introduction. If it's up on the screen where people can see it, I think I better let colleagues make some comments, and I'll maybe wrap it up. My screen is just doing very strange things right now.
Got it.
Okay. I will put it back.
Scroll up to the top, and we can go ahead and just.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Christian, you want to start?
Sure. As is our custom, we begin with some prefatory remarks directing the manager to take heed of the priorities that we have as a board, which in this pandemic year are human services needs, primarily health, housing, and making sure people are not food insecure. As always, we want to have options for the budget, which reflects what could be the high and low of the reasonable forecasts. And we want, as always, for the manager to present us with options so that we can respond to changing circumstances and engage the community in having the right conversation about the priorities that we value at a particular point in time. Anybody want to come in next?
I think I can now. If things have calmed down, you can hear me. If it goes crazy again, I'll change. Thank you for that, Mr. Dorsey. And including the options, we did discuss the possibility of increasing taxes, but we want that as an option. And I think really the thing is that we do want to keep our options mostly open. And I'll invite Mr. DiFerranti to make a few remarks because I know he had a couple of tweaks that he made to this document and might want to discuss.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. We also, I want to note that we do earlier in the page, we do discuss reductions in programs and services. We want options. That's number 2 that you can see right there where the cursor is. We know that this is a difficult budget year, and so we have to have flexibility. The broader point that I wanted to make is with respect to health. We've been thinking, I mean, COVID, health and safety is the broad top priority. Health and welfare and safety is central to local government work and to our work for Arlington. And health is just a piece that I thought was critical to lift up in terms of our testing, our PPE, our efforts to keep our residents safe, particularly as we're seeing an uptick even in Arlington. That's an addition that I made, that I suggested, just to underscore that a slight bit more, that I think is important. So that's key, and I'll yield to others who might want to describe other parts of the document.
Thank you. I will now go to Ms. Crystal. Would you like to make some comments?
I would, yes. I'm having a little bit of trouble seeing the document on the screen again. That may just
yeah,
be
we're having, this is just, sorry, technology is not helping us tonight.
Yeah, I can try and pull up an older draft, but I am cognizant that, there we go. I was gonna say, I'm cognizant this isn't posted online, and so I want people watching to be able to follow along with us. So if we could scroll down a little bit to the next page. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I think it's also important that there are a few things we're seeking to continue. And as is often the case, you know, we use the budget as a way of getting our heads around what it might cost to implement priorities, again, presented with options. And so you see not only some of the things Mr. DiFerranti was referring to, the additional food assistance needed, COVID-19 testing, PPE, contact tracing, vaccine programs. God willing, we might even start to see that at the end of fiscal 21, but I think it'll certainly hit in fiscal 22. But there are also other priorities here that we'd like to see options for. Certainly eviction prevention, but also housing grants generally, and maintaining ongoing levels of funding for the AHEF, per Ms. Winters' comments to us tonight. We would like to see the Longbridge Aquatics and Fitness Center facility open, particularly because that first year or two is utilizing not general funds, but Boeing Corporation contributions to begin those operations. And then a couple of pieces that are important for implementing new things that were that we were authorized or enabled to do in the General Assembly this past session. Ranked choice voting, for example, in local elections. We need to get our heads around the potential costs of that. Collective bargaining implementation, another piece that the General Assembly has empowered us to do beginning in May, and not related to the General Assembly, but very related to issues of interest in Arlington County, recommendations from the police practices group. That team has been hard at work, and we'd like to leave open the possibility of being able to implement some of their recommendations. I can pause there if others would like to speak to the stormwater feasibility study.
I can pick up on that for a minute because we are looking at different ways of how to price, how to pay for stormwater, and looking at a model that has folks that have more impermeable surfaces and put more water into the storm sewer system pay more. So we're looking at a very different model of doing that, and have a study there to look at doing that, which we will then of course work with our community. And I think I think you mentioned the collective bargaining, Ms. Crystal.
I did, yes. So that's obviously going to be a new body of work, and that legislation allowing collective bargaining for local government employees takes effect in May.
Yep. Thank you. And obviously sharing with the schools, as we always do, and we will continue to support the schools. Anything else that folks would like to? I think this is very hard. I'm sorry for the people at home. This is very difficult for them to see. We will have this up, and this is simply budget direction that the manager will be coming back with, options and suggestions, and there'll be plenty of time to discuss these items. So this is not something that's set in concrete. It's a basic structure to let our staff move forward in a time when I feel like it's filled with known unknowns and a lot of unknown unknowns. Mr. Carantonis, I think I saw your hand up, and I'm sorry I have not called on you yet.
Yes, Ms. Crystal and Mr. Dorsey have covered, and Mr. DeFranti have, and you, Madam Chair, have covered most of my comments. I wanted just to highlight that we have been asked, and I believe that's a good moment to consider pricing out and thinking through the potential of implementing ranked choice voting. That's an important priority for the community. And I have to say that the housing, food assistance, and health, these are really the core issues for the next year as we will continue to deal with the pandemic and the consequences of the pandemic. And I believe that the guidance to maintain AHIF at the ongoing level is a critical guidance. It's also difficult guidance. I understand that. And I look forward to the, a little bit longer, prolonged budget process this year, because it will be a very tough budget year to begin with. All in all, I am, in agreement with the general guidance that is given here. I do believe that it has a component that's very important, is to look at different options that include a tax increase as an option to support the resilience of our community in the medium and the long term. I do believe that this is important to at least discuss at some point, and the good opportunity is this winter before this January and February, when we will be also we'll know more about the commercial real estate tax revenue.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, I think your hand's been up, and then I'll go to Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few that I'd like to highlight. Number 3, where we ask the manager to give us options for potential tax rate increases. It's certainly not lost on me, and I know it's not lost on any of you, that we have a really blunt tool in adjusting real estate taxes to raise revenue. And in fact, it's a blunt tool that can end up causing harm to people who you're seeking to try and help with other government expenditures and services. So we don't take it lightly. But as we've seen, the revenue outlook moving forward makes it prudent that we at least look at it to be able to examine those trade-offs in real time when they materialize. I don't think any of us, certainly not me, is prejudging that is something that we will need to do, but I certainly think we have to look at it. And then I'd just like to highlight number 4. We're looking at a budget of scarcity, and it means that people who have been working hard on behalf of our public are likely not going to be able to be given the kind of increases in their compensation that are commensurate with the job that they have done in responding to extraordinary circumstances. So we hope that the manager can come up with non-ongoing compensation increases in order to show value, to show employees how much we value them. So coming up with creative ways of providing enhancements to their benefits, one-time compensation, all creative ideas at the manager's disposal to figure out how we ensure that that these jobs have adequate living standards. And then finally, I'd just like to mention, since we are going to be dealing with a year of scarcity, it's going to be especially important that we adhere to the principles espoused in our equity resolution to ensure that the people who are, often marginalized during times of scarcity don't receive that double dip of, being hit by the pandemic and its effects, and a budget by the local government that prioritizes other things above them. So I think this is comprehensive and good, but difficult to execute guidance in whole, but necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. It's so difficult to handle. It's scrolling on the screen here. You probably should have foreseen that difficulty. I'm sorry. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a list, and as has happened before, Mr. Dorsey, you ticked off nearly all of the items on my list. So I will just try and put it another way. We face a significant challenge in our budget next year, and much as we might wish we were fully immune from the economic challenges, we are not, and this is a difficult budget that we're going to face. So I sort of ask our community to be aware that we're seeking options, and this is a tough budget year, and there won't be good options. There will only be least bad options. We will try to find opportunities where we can, but I support the guidance per the manager's request with respect to stormwater. I just do want to say that the stormwater piece of this guidance indicates a different way of seeking to fund stormwater. And that is, moving forward with that is something that I support. We have to find a way to, when there's, in my view, extensive impervious cover, that means that there's a need to contribute for stormwater infrastructure. So I support that in particular, as well as the guidance as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. I am not hearing anyone desiring to particularly change this, so I would like to make a motion that we adopt this guidance for the manager, and would look for a second.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is seconded, and then I welcome any further comments or discussions that colleagues might like to make. Any more comments? All right. I think we all, yeah, Mr. Carantonis?
Just a little footnote to Mr. Dorsey's comments on compensation for our employees. I believe that this board and the county manager are very conscientious about this. We have a team here, and that is also true for the teachers and all the employees in the IPS that have and continue to do a absolutely incredible job as a whole. And I am always reminded that teachers, for example, haven't seen a cost of living adjustment for a very long time. So these are real pressures we as a community have to think about. And as the manager will be bringing us proposals, these are things that we will be on the table to discuss. And as Ms. Crystal mentioned already, this is the year coming May when collective bargaining will start to be the standard, thankfully. And I believe that we will have a very good conversation on the issue of compensation as we go ahead.
Okay. That said, I thought Mr. DeFranti made really very good points that next year is going to be very different. And I think for many years we've known before. And I think it is going to be a matter of not particularly good choices, but what are going to be the least bad ones as we come out, start to continue through this pandemic, come out the other side, but it's going to take a while. It's going to be a tough year. So I think the motion is here before us. Seeing no more hands up, I will call all in favor of the motion. Please say aye. Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey? I say aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. We have budget direction, and for the future, I've made a note. Doing a scrolling screen like this is maybe not the best way to do things virtually, and I'm sorry that it's ended up being a little bit more chopped up than we would have liked. But the information's out there for folks, and we are going to be just embarking on quite a long process with many discussions to be had. I think we've got one more item coming up, Madam Clerk. Is that correct?
Yes, we do. Item 42, approval of memorandum of understanding template to be used by Arlington County government in order to conduct COVID-19 testing within communities.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is meant to make it easier for us to set up and stand down test sites rather than having to do a finely worded document every single time that we have an issue. I'm going to ask Will Flagler is here, who's the Deputy Director for Deputy Director of Emergency Management, if he has anything he wants to add. Will, you're on mute, Will.
Sorry. I think Aaron mentioned a lot of it. This will make it easier for us to actually target communities and partner with other organizations, further removing a barrier that we've identified during this COVID experience. So that is pretty much it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, and I think we need to approve this, Mr. Manager?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeFranti?
Happy to move approval of this item in the county manager's presentation.
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments at the moment? This is simply an administrative item, really, to make it easier for us to target the testing, which is something we really do need to be doing. Mr. Dorsey.
Anything that makes it easier to get this done and doesn't require a lot of bureaucratic work to effectuate sounds like it is well worth our time to do, so I support it.
Yep, works for me. Thank you. All right. Any other comments? All in favor of the motion before us, please say aye. Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey says aye as well. All right. Motion passes 5-0. We've got making your lives just a little bit easier as we try to handle the testing and everything we need to do to get through the pandemic. Madam Clerk, is there anything more to come before the board tonight?
No, there is not.
All right. Colleagues, I think for our November board meetings, we are now adjourned. Everybody stay well.